Good morning, my lady. Can you see and hear me?
I can, thank you, Ms Blackwell.
Thank you. We're going to start this morning with evidence from the Prison Reform Trust and the Howard League for Penal Reform. So may I call witnesses Pia Sinha and Andrew Nielsen.
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Just repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Miss Sinha, can I start with you, please? What is your full name?
Pia Sinha.
Thank you. You should have in front of you a copy of your witness statement, which bears our reference INQ 000660120. Please, can you confirm that that is the witness statement that you have provided on behalf of the Prison Reform Trust?
I do.
And that the facts stated within it are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you. Mr. Nielsen, will you give us your full name, please?
Andrew Nielsen.
Thank you. You should have in front of you a copy of your witness statement, reference INQ 000659850. Please, can you confirm that that is the statement that you have provided on behalf of the Howard League for Penal Reform?
Yes.
And that the facts stated within it are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I can confirm.
Thank you very much. I'm going to begin by giving a brief overview of the organisations that you represent. So, Ms Sinha, you are Chief Executive of the Prison Reform Trust, which is an independent UK charity dedicated to creating a just, humane and effective penal system. And during the Covid-19 pandemic, the Prison Reform Trust focused on delivering advice and information and advocating for the rights and welfares of prisoners. You had a series of what are described as captive briefings, captive standing for COVID Action Prison Project, Tracking Innovation, Valuing Experience. Is that right?
That's right.
And that launched in June of 2020. And we will turn to look at some of those briefings throughout the course of your evidence. But they helped to ensure that the voices of prisoners were heard by policymakers and provided evidence-based recommendations to help mitigate the impact of the pandemic on the prison population. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. Mr Nielsen, you are Director of Campaigns at the Howard League, and you have worked for the charity since 2007.
Yes.
The Howard League is the oldest penal reform charity in the world. It was originally founded as the Howard Association in 1866, and then in 1921 that merged with the Penal Reform League to move forward under the new name, the Howard League for Penal Reform. Since its inception, it has been instrumental in landmark reforms, including the abolition of the death penalty, setting up the probation service, and reducing the use of custody for children. It's a membership organisation with over 7,500 members and over 14,500 supporters. You tell us that for much of the pandemic, your understanding of what was going on in the adult prison estate was reliant, certainly initially, on His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons and also data made available by the Ministry of Justice. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to begin by discussing in general terms, the impact of the pandemic on prisons and covering three areas: overcrowding, measures introduced to mitigate risks, and prison population and capacity. I'm going to come to you first, Ms Sinha. You tell us at paragraph 9 in your report that as the pandemic struck, the prison estate in England and Wales was operating at almost full capacity with significant levels of overcrowding. And you tell us that almost 70% of prisons in England and Wales were overcrowded. That's 84 out of the 121 prisons that made up the prison estate. and that nearly 18,700 people were held in overcrowded accommodation, which equates to more than a fifth of the prison population. Is that right?
That's right.
Going into the pandemic, overcrowding was something which had broadly been present for a long time, hadn't it?
That's correct.
You tell us for the last 20 years. And that had had an impact on all areas of prison life, including efforts to address the causes of offending. And we'll turn to look at that in a moment. But you go on to tell us at paragraph 11 that inspectors have repeatedly highlighted the following, that prisons were dilapidated, filthy and deteriorating. And there were pest infestations, there were mouldy cells, there was poor ventilation, there were problems with hygiene facilities and also heating facilities. Is that right?
Yeah.
How were those conditions exacerbated during the pandemic?
So there were different types of prisons within the prison estate, and the worst affected prisons that suffered from these conditions were your inner city local prisons. These are your Victorian-style prisons, and they were the ones that were most susceptible to the capacity crisis and overcrowding conditions. So when COVID hit, these poor conditions meant that people who were in prison at that time were not only facing the impact of COVID and the infection and the pandemic, but also confined to these cells and this kind of accommodation for prolonged periods of time, which made their experience dramatically awful.
Yeah, so some prisons were worse than others.
Correct.
Those that had the worst conditions meant that people who were confined to them for long periods of time, and we will look at that in a moment, were perhaps experiencing the worst pandemic.
That's right.
But on top of the state of the prisons themselves, there was an issue about overcrowding.
Correct.
And is it right that Public Health England recommended at the beginning of the pandemic that the government should move quickly to reduce the population across the prison estate in the UK?
That's right. I think that all the advice was about trying to move to single-cell accommodation. At the time, because of overcrowding, a number of single-occupancy cells were what's called doubled up. So
yes.
You had two people in a cell that was designed for one person, and the advice was that the best way, or one of the most effective ways in the immediate, was to reduce overcrowding so that those single cells that were meant for one person were in fact given to just one person rather than two.
And in order to achieve that, it would have meant a reduction of the prison population by about 16,000 inmates. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did that happen?
No, it didn't. I think that there were attempts made to address the overcrowding crisis by introducing some early release schemes.
Yes.
There were two types of early release schemes that were proposed.
Could you explain what those were, please?
Yes. So one was an early release scheme that looked at the possibility on a risk-based basis that people who were coming to 2 months before their release point were released temporarily, and that would alleviate a number of spaces. And the other was compassionate release on temporary license. One was to the general population, and the other was for specific cohorts who were particularly vulnerable. That was pregnant women or those individuals with serious underlying medical issues.
And if those schemes had been fully implemented, would that have meant the possibility of releasing up to 4,000 prisoners?
That's correct.
But in the event, were there only just over 300 prisoners released?
That's right.
What was the reason for that?
Well, there are a number of reasons. I guess that the risk assessment process that was used to assess whether someone was eligible for this early release was perhaps very stringent, and that meant that you were more likely to be refused early release rather than receive it. And they, at the same time, of the early release scheme, they were also deploying rapid deployment cells in certain prisons, which would allow for the overcrowded cells to be moved from double occupancy to single occupancy because you were increasing the accommodation within certain prisons. But these rapid deployment cells were only available in certain prisons that had the footprint to accommodate them. In the end, it released far fewer prisoners than it could have, and I guess the sense from our reports and the feedback that we've received is that there was a risk aversion around releasing too many people. Some based on the fact that they were concerned about the support that these individuals might get on release, and the other was about the public perception.
Thank you. Just pausing and asking you a question, if I may, about rapid deployment cells. You tell us in your statement that in prisons such as, for example, HMP Pentonville, which was already holding nearly 400 more men than it was designed to, there was simply no physical space to provide any additional prefabricated accommodation, which would have made up the rapid deployment cells. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. Coming to you, Mr. Nielsen, have you been able to perform some research as to what the position was like across other countries in the world?
Yes, if I can just say, before I touch on that, just relating to your questions about the conditions.
Yes, of course.
And why that was important from a public health aspect. I mean, obviously, if you're talking about accommodation with poor ventilation, of poor hygiene standards, then that is in itself an environment which is conducive to the spread of the virus potentially.
Yes.
And certainly that was what the Public Health England advice was suggesting in March 2020. It's what World Health Organization advice globally was saying, and it's also what advice that we commissioned jointly at the Prison Reform Trust and the Howard League from an emeritus professor of public health to touch on. And the phrase he used was that prisons can be epidemiological pumps because of those conditions. So that's the reason why, not, overcrowding in and of itself is not a good thing, but in the context of a pandemic, it's particularly of concern.
Just before you go on, that emeritus professor was Professor Richard Coker.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then the early release scheme that as Pia has said, the early release scheme that we saw did only release just over 300 people, the two schemes, the compassionate release and the end of custody temporary release scheme. And I think it's worth bearing in mind as well that the government's target for that scheme was 4,000,
yes,
which actually does not match up with the 16,000
yeah,
that Public Health England were suggesting. So I would add to what Ms. Sinha said and say that actually there was a sense that the government was reluctant to do early release at all the various stages, from the setting of the target to then how actually the policy was operationalised. But to give some context globally, so there were 83,077 people in England and Wales in prison in England and Wales in January 2020. Now, just over 300 early releases is less than 0.4% of that prison population, as it was at the beginning of the specified period the inquiry is looking at. To give you some international examples, and these were collected by another organisation, Penal Reform International, in 2021, looking back at what other jurisdictions were doing at the beginning of the pandemic. Perhaps most starkly, so we released 0.4% of our prison population. Turkey released over 114,000 people. That is 40% of its prison population in response to the pandemic. Portugal released over 2,100 people. That's 17% of its prison population. Norway released 15% of its prison population. I could go on, but effectively, we were not very ambitious in our use of early release. We were not ambitious in terms of trying to reduce the prison population in a way to help the system cope with the pandemic.
So what was the impact of the level of overcrowding that really, given the figures that you've provided to us this morning, was barely touched by the early release schemes? In particular, was there evidence that you have received, Mr. Nielsen, from your research of deterioration in mood, of an increase in self-harm and suicidal ideation? And are you able to say whether those sorts of impacts are directly referable to the sort of restrictive conditions which you've described?
Well, the decision in the end not to release more people early put an emphasis instead on what we saw in terms of the exceptional model that was introduced. So, yes, there was temporary accommodation added during the pandemic, but initially and for most of the pandemic, a lot of the weight was put on isolating people, in so much as you could when you had people sharing cells still.
Yeah.
And these extremely restricted regimes where people were spending up to 23 hours a day, if not more, in their cells with no purposeful activity and no visits. All of that did definitely impact on people's well-being. I think the sense at the beginning of the pandemic was that people, both staff and people residing in prison cells, came together in a way rather like we did in the wider community to shoulder the sacrifice. There was an understanding in prisons of the sacrifices that people were having to make in the community. And so I think there was a sense of solidarity.
Yeah.
Everyone was prepared to do their bit. I think what we saw, and I'm sure we'll touch on this when we talk about the impact on people in prison.
Yes.
But what we saw was that, of course, whereas in the community, we went through relaxations of the restrictions and sometimes then tightenings again, as we will
Yes.
recall, in prison it just kept going.
So it was a constant.
It was a constant. And so that willingness to shoulder the burden and take up the sacrifice started to wane as it became apparent to people that actually there didn't appear to be much light at the end of the tunnel if you were in the prison system.
Thank you. And did that have a necessary impact on prison staff, on morale and on mental health deterioration?
So the question on mental health is a tricky one. At least initially, the government believed that the isolating regimes was not having a deleterious impact on mental health, and that was because of the fact that the rates of self-harm in male prisons reduced.
Sorry, I was asking about staff.
Staff?
Yes.
I mean, we saw a lot of turnover of staff during the pandemic, and so I think that coming into work as a staff member,
Yes.
that sense that you are going into a place where the virus might spread easily, that you yourself might spread that virus then back into the community as you leave work at the end of the day, I think that it definitely had an impact on staff morale. And of course, for those members of staff who were working because they actually believed in purposeful, busy prisons where you were taking people to workshops, to education, to whatever it might be, and none of that was happening, well, then that would also impact on your feeling that you were actually able to do a job other than literally turn a key.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we will come back to look towards the end of your evidence on the mental health impact on prisoners. Coming back to you, please, Ms. Sinha. You tell us at paragraph 15 that another measure which indirectly reduced the prison population was the reduction in court sitting days. Now, that has been a bone of contention for many, and the inquiry has heard about that. Users of the criminal justice system who really did not want that to happen. It had an effect on reducing the prison population, but was that a large effect or just a small effect?
I mean, it was. It had the impact of reducing around 60,000 people flowing into prisons because courts weren't sitting. But however, at the same time, there was also an increase in the number of people held in remand. So by the same effect, so people who were being remanded into custody were staying longer because they weren't getting their cases heard, and there was a build-up. So the decrease in people flowing in from the courts may have lessened the population, but the number of people that were not being able to go to court increased. So.
Yeah. Thank you. And just to bring these points together, please could we look at part of the witness statement of Charlie Taylor, who will be coming this afternoon to give evidence to the inquiry on behalf of His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons. Thank you very much. It's INQ 000659848 for the record. When His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons was conducting SVs. Now, SVs stands for scrutiny visits, doesn't it?
That's right.
As expected, it found that it was primarily local Victorian prisons that were overcrowded, including Pentonville, Exeter and Leicester. The inspectorate noted that Preston Prison in particular was severely overcrowded, which meant that it was struggling to implement best practices in cohorting procedures. Overcrowding continued to feature in many of the prison's inspections of local prisons when the Inspectorate of Prisons returned to full inspections. Women in prison make up a very small minority of the overall prison population compared with men, and the women's estate does not therefore face the same population pressures as the men's estate. Overcrowding in women's prisons was not highlighted as an issue during the inspections or visits. And finally, immigration detention. The lower numbers in immigration detention meant that detainees could be accommodated in single rooms, usually with their own toilets and showers, which provided additional privacy and helped to curtail the spread of the virus. Thank you, we can take that down. So really, it wasn't the same picture across all areas of detention, was it?
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Nielsen, I'd like to come to you, please, to discuss prison population and capacity, and to remind you of what you told us at paragraph 18 in your witness statement. You say that the Howard League's main recommendations around reducing the prison population, including by significantly reducing the use of remand and recall and reducing the imposition of short sentences, remain features of your campaigning in the post-pandemic context and would be highly relevant in the event of a future pandemic. You say, for as long as prisons remain in their existing state of permanent crisis, those inside them will remain highly vulnerable to the shocks of another pandemic. Is that right?
Yes.
And at paragraph 20, you say that when it comes to the adult prison estate, the legacy of the pandemic is arguably as serious, if not more serious, than that experienced by any other public service, including schools and hospitals. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I make that point because the decision not to significantly reduce the prison population early on in the way that we've discussed has meant that the legacy of the pandemic has been serious in that prison regimes have still not recovered from the impact of the decision to instead contain the virus through these lockdown measures. So I won't dwell in detail on that because a lot of it is picked up by the inquiry's roundtable summary report. But for example, we have a staff group working in prisons now who largely do not have any experience of working in prisons before COVID, when regimes were much more dynamic and purposeful, although granted they were still pretty poor in many prisons. And as the Inspectorate of Prisons actually notes in its statement to the inquiry, some prisons continued to cohort prisoners.
What does that mean?
It means putting prisoners in small groups, but they were doing it, whereas previously the rationale was to prevent the spread of the virus. HMIP notes that some prisons continued to cohort people to limit conflict in
Right.
prisons, which is not the original intention of the policy.
Yes.
And I suppose this points to something which I think is a theme the inquiry might want to consider in regards to prisons, which is the extent to which the bar of expectation set for prisons was significantly and perhaps understandably lowered to cater for pandemic mitigation measures, but then whether that bar of expectations has been successfully raised again now that we are in 2026.
And has it?
I would argue no, that in too many ways the bar was lowered and we've not been able, the system just has not had the resilience to be able to go to raise that bar back again. It's been, in other words, a challenge for the estate to get back to something like normal.
Yes.
And of course, in the meantime, there has been an overweening focus now on prison capacity, as the current government has been facing running out of prison cells, and that's the very thing that, ironically, the pandemic did delay in 2020. So the government recently published an independent review of prison capacity, which did say that the government's own projections were suggesting that prisons would run out of spaces by August 2020. That was something that was at the beginning of the specified period.
Yes.
That was what was expected. It was because in the end the pandemic happened and the courts closed that didn't happen, but it is effectively just delayed until the courts started up again, and then the system just did not have the resilience or the capacity inbuilt to then manage that.
Thank you. Ms. Sinha, is there anything that you would like to add to that?
No, I think apart from agreeing wholeheartedly with Mr. Nielsen's views on this, I think that the tale of COVID has been a very long one for prisons. And one of the factors, and I think you touched on staffing, was that when staff, there were a number of new staff that started during the COVID period and after. And in the times before that, the role and duty of staff was to manage larger numbers of prisoners. They were used to and accustomed to managing, and in a risk-managed way, large numbers of prisoners on the landings. The new staff, who only knew during COVID times,
Yes.
were not perhaps accustomed to managing prisoners with great numbers. And that has been a real issue in terms of training, in terms of perception of risk of staff, and that perception has not really left the culture within a number of prisons. So even though you have times have become better and you don't have COVID, staff are reluctant now to unlock prisoners in large numbers, even though the threat isn't there anymore because of their levels of confidence and training.
Because they haven't had the legacy of
Correct.
working beforehand as to how things worked well beforehand.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Mr. Nielsen, you mentioned the Justice Roundtable report, and we're just going to look at two short paragraphs which deal with some other mitigating factors that were imposed during COVID in order to try and cope with the necessary restrictive conditions. Parole hearings moved online, and this has generally been successful. However, the Prison Reform Trust explained that due to the suspension of activities, prisoners did not have access to the usual offending behaviour programmes they relied on to demonstrate reduced risk for the purpose of parole applications. In addition, representatives said that prison transfers were stopped during the pandemic, which meant prisoners could not move to prisons with better access to support or activities they needed to support parole applications. The Prison Reform Trust said that this could have held back the progression of prisoners towards being granted parole. Communication between prisoners and offender managers was also limited because they could not hold in-person meetings. Offender managers are responsible for managing prisoners' rehabilitation and assessing their risk to the public and likelihood of reoffending. According to the Prison Reform Trust, this relationship is crucial for setting goals and creating interventions tailored to prisoners' needs, helping to lower their risk of reoffending. Consequently, opportunities for prisoners to secure early release were reduced, adding more strain to prison operations and capacity. And so, as we can see at the end of that section, the fact that prisoners were not moving out as they would have been expected to move out of the prison estate on parole was also affecting capacity. But we can see in the earlier part of these two paragraphs that one of the reasons behind that was that they weren't ready for parole. They weren't receiving the necessary training or rehabilitation techniques or indeed advice that would normally have happened during the course of their stay in prison.
That's right. And it impacted in several ways. One was the lack of access to offending behaviour programmes, which was severely impacted. All of those activities ceased during the pandemic. So prisoners didn't have the opportunity to address their offending behaviour needs. And offending behaviour targets are set as part of a prisoner's sentence plan.
Yes.
And this is the sentence plan that is reviewed by the parole board to determine whether someone has sufficiently lowered their risk in order to either be released or to move to a lower category prison. So A, they weren't accessing the offending behaviour programmes, but B, because progress between or transfers between prisons had also stopped, they weren't getting to the right places where they could access those courses.
Thank you. We can take that down now. Turning to impact on prisoners, we're going to cover 8 areas of impact here. The first of which is a general impact, really. At paragraph 24 of your witness statement, Mr. Nielsen, you talk about the Howard League blogs, that 5 blogs, a series of 5 blogs were published. Has the Howard League found that an effective way to communicate data and messages?
Yes, I mean, we had a rather more limited window into the adult prison estate than our colleagues at the Prison Reform Trust.
Yes.
As we both as organisations operate slightly different forms of advice line for people in prison, but our advice line, which is a legal advice line, is focused on young people. So 18 to 20, under 18s, but also up to 21, which meant we did get some calls from young adults in the adult estate, but most of what we heard was from the juvenile estate. So it limited us somewhat. But the blogs were an opportunity. Well, we were surveying our members in prison. We have about 1,500 members in prison, family members of people in prison, and we were surveying them. And the blogs were ultimately a relatively limited, but nonetheless useful, I think, way of capturing what those surveys were telling us.
And what were they telling you?
Yeah, I mean, the insight that we received, so as I said earlier, the sense that, broadly speaking, people in prison, both staff and prisoners, did respond positively at the first phase of COVID. People were aware of what was going on in the community. They were willing to provide a similar sacrifice. But then over time, as the community opened up again, there was a sense in prison that the lockdown was just going on and on. Now, there were some mixed feelings about this. There were some older prisoners who did not mind the restricted regimes. But I think we have to remember that just before the pandemic, as we heard, prisons were very overcrowded. They had experienced years of record levels of violence and of self-harm. They were very chaotic and violent places. And so at least initially when the pandemic hit, they became much calmer institutions. And there was already a phenomenon, even before the pandemic, of individuals in prison, what we call self-isolating, which means people staying in their cells rather than go out because they were worried about getting mixed up in the violence and the bullying and the things that were happening in prisons at that time. So for some people, when COVID happened, at least initially there was a sense that there was some respite from that very high levels of violence that we were seeing. But certainly what the blogs suggest is that unfortunately this was nonetheless storing up human costs in other ways, and it certainly, as I say, was making the system as a whole less resilient and and less able to bounce back.
Thank you. We're going to turn now to discuss mortality rates. And I'd like to display paragraph 29 of your witness statement, please, Mr. Nielsen. It's at 659850. Thank you. You say here that annual safety in custody statistics published by the Ministry of Justice show how deaths in custody increased over the specified period, especially in 2021, when beyond an increase in deaths attributed to Covid-19, there was also a concerning spike in self-inflicted deaths. In the 12 months to December 2020, there were 318 deaths in prison custody, an increase of 6% from 300 deaths in the previous 12 months. In the 12 months to December 2021, there were 371 deaths in prison custody, an increase of 17% from the previous 12 months. And of these, 86 deaths were self-inflicted, a 28% increase from the 67 self-inflicted deaths in the previous 12 months. And then in the 12 months to December 2020, so moving beyond the specified period, there were 301 deaths in prison custody, a decrease of 19% from 371 deaths the previous 12 months. And of these, 74 deaths were self-inflicted, a 16% decrease from the 88 self-inflicted deaths in the previous 12 months. The figure since being revised upwards from 86, but still higher than the figures for 2020. So what do those figures tell us, Mr. Nielsen?
Well, we have to be a little bit wary about interpretation. Yes. I think it's certainly, if against the backdrop of people being asked to live in very isolated circumstances, the increase in self-inflicted deaths and the timing around looking at the years and the fact that you get this the way it spikes.
Yes.
At the moment when the isolation's been going on for a substantial period of time, and then it drops again as prisons are very slowly beginning to open up again. I mean, I as I say, I cannot categorically say that has a direct linkage, but one would imagine that there is some linkage between the increase in self-inflicted deaths and potentially how people were feeling adversely in prison because of the very restricted regimes, the very solitary regimes that quite a lot of people were facing. And then, of course, there is the increase in actual deaths attributed to COVID. How accurate that ultimately is, we don't know. We're not obviously public health experts ourselves, so I'd be reluctant to comment on how effective the mitigation strategies were in prison, other than to say that what is true is that I don't think we saw a large amount of the sort of explosive outbreaks that we were worried we might see, and in a sense that was due to the restrictions that were introduced.
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Sinha, I'd like to turn to you, please, to talk about prison conditions and, in particular, hygiene. At paragraph 32, you tell us that prisoners frequently reported to the Prison Reform Trust a lack of access to cleaning materials, such as disinfectant and soap, making it difficult for prisoners to adhere to the Covid-19 guidelines at the time. One prisoner telling you, "We were given lots of notices telling us the importance of hygiene, but since the lockdown began, we have not received a single item of hygiene equipment." And another prisoner highlighted the risk posed by communal telephones, which were provided for prisoners to be able to keep in contact with their families, but then were shared by dozens of prisoners without there being any access to, for instance, antibacterial wipes. Were there also restrictions on how many showers or how often, how many showers per day or per week prisoners were able to use?
Yes, and I think this is all part of the issue with the combination of reduced staffing, because don't forget that the staff were also off sick with COVID, so there was never a full complement of staff that allowed for the regime to be delivered. But the showering issue was particularly a cause for concern. All the messaging that prisoners were receiving whilst they were in their cells through the television was about social distancing, about washing your hands, about the importance of cleanliness. And they were in this incongruous position where all the advice, both given internally by the prison and also externally through their televisions, they were unable to access, whether it was to clean themselves or to clean their equipment or to manage themselves with social distance. So I think that that has been a huge factor of distress for them, because they were acutely aware of all the advice and then unable to be able to access it themselves.
But some prisons managed it, didn't they? Because you tell us at paragraph 33 that some prisons implemented measures to improve hygiene, both within cells and in communal areas, including cell cleaning materials, clean clothes, bedding, wipes, sanitising stations, and disinfecting communal areas regularly. So it was possible in some prisons for those measures to be taken.
Yes, and that's a theme from our findings, that there was an inconsistency with which that measures were applied. So some prisons who perhaps had more proactive leadership were able to find ways and solutions to these problems, whereas others weren't. And I think that it was a postcode lottery, which prison you ended up being in to the level of service that you received.
Thank you. And moving on to deal with access to food, you tell us about the majority of captive respondents who mentioned food, noted that they were receiving more food than usual, but was that nutritious food?
So the kinds of food that they were getting were crisps, cereal bars, biscuits, juice, and noodles. While they appreciated the food packs, they were poor in nutritional value, and this was particularly relevant for some of the women in prison who felt that they were gaining weight, and that had another impact on their well-being and mental health.
Thank you. We've discussed access to education and training courses already. What about the provision and frequency of physical activity? Ms Sinha, you tell us about that at paragraph 54 of your statement, that before Covid-19, gym sessions were often a really important part of a prisoner's day. Did that all cease once the pandemic restrictions began to hit?
I think that, again, that was a mixed bag. So in some places, we saw examples of very creative use of physical education. So the PE teams in certain prisons involved prisoners in activity, especially during fresh air breaks, whereas in others, those departments were closed. I think to caveat that, the inconsistency could also depend on where infection rates were particularly high in which parts of the country, and what the staffing picture was in those prisons. But physical education generally, even pre-pandemic times and now, is something that prisoners really hold on to and really value. And so not having access to that would have been really devastating.
And is that something about which you agree, Mr Nielsen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. We've touched upon contact with families by discussing the provision of mobile phones. But you tell us, Ms Sinha, at paragraph 79, that the pandemic fundamentally changed the conditions under which families maintained relationships and supported loved ones in custody. And of course, for many prisoners, feeling connected with their family is often what makes prison survivable. You say that this loss of contact with family was felt acutely by most prisoners, with many confined to their cells and struggling to keep in touch. At paragraph 80, you talk about further information on this topic that was gathered by your captive project. So perhaps this is a convenient moment for you to tell us about the project, when it was set up, and what sort of level of information it managed to provide you with.
So the captive project was part of our prisoner policy network group. It was initiated by them in June 2020, and the purpose of that was to speak directly to people in prison. So Prison Reform Trust has a history of doing very strong prisoner engagement. Most of that, however, involves being in prisons themselves, where we speak directly with people in prison about their experiences and are able to then amplify their voices outside. We weren't able to obviously go into prisons ourselves, but an advert was put out on 2 papers, the Inside Times and Converse newspapers, which are prison newspapers, inviting people in prison to write to us directly to talk about some of the things that they were experiencing. And the captive report was an amalgamation of the work that we received. So it wasn't happening as the pandemic was unfolding. Some of it is more after the fact, but
Yes.
it still gives us a first-line picture of what was going on in prisons from the experiences of prisoners.
And was that also able to give you an indication of how the separation between prisoners and their families was affecting their families?
Absolutely. It was a very, very strong theme where people spoke about the anxiety that was created in their minds, not knowing how their loved ones were doing, particularly in keeping in contact with their children.
Yes.
And the impact that had, both from the family's perspective, who were worried about their loved ones in prisons, but also from people in prison who had very little contact or way of knowing how their families were doing. I think that what our reports also highlighted, there was competing pressures for time, because the time that people had where they were allowed to engage in any kind of activity in prison during that time, they often had to make very, very difficult decisions. Do I have a shower? Do I clean my cell? Do I call my loved ones? And money was an issue. So one of the biggest ways that prisoners earn money in prisons is through engaging in purposeful activity.
Yes.
And because all of that had ceased, very few people had the money. And the cost of making phone calls is quite prohibitive in prisons. So a half-an-hour phone call to a BT landline can cost quite a lot of money. It's over just under £1. And if you are ending up with just £2.50 or less, which is what you get when you don't have any activities or work in prison, it's a very difficult choice to have to make. So they often went days without being able to contact family, and this had a huge impact.
You tell us at paragraph 85 in your statement that when visits were suspended, the government announced a £5 phone credit to be paid each week to prisoners. Did that happen?
It happened, but again, our feedback was that it was inconsistent. So it happened well in some prisons, but not in others.
Yes. And you also go on to tell us about video calling at paragraph 90. You say that on the 31st of March 2020, the government announced that video calling had been introduced in some prisons and young offender institutions, with a list of prisons where video calling was available. By the 27th of May the same year, the government announced that video calling was available in 26 of the 121 prisons in England and Wales. However, a couple of weeks after the announcement, you heard from a woman held at one of the prisons listed explaining that the service was not yet operational. So, good intentions, but it doesn't seem that the video calling exercise was rolled out across very many prisons on the estate.
Right. And for those in those prisons where it was very welcome, and
Yes.
it was a game changer. But there were, if you look at 26 out of 21, that's a very small proportion.
Yes, thank you. And drawing this together, let's look, please, again at the Justice Roundtable report and at pages 25 and 26. Thank you very much. Access to technology. Representatives said that access to technology was even more important for prisoner wellbeing during the pandemic than it had been before, allowing for family contact and remote access to services. However, access to technology was not equal across prisons, as only about half of prison cells had telephones, according to representatives. Early in the pandemic, in prisons where prisoners did not have in-cell telephones, the government distributed 900 secure phone handsets. Whilst this was seen by representatives as a positive development, they noted that the number of handsets was relatively small once they had been distributed across 60 prisons. In other cases, they gave examples of prisons where there may be only one telephone on the wing, leading to competition amongst prisoners for access. And we can hear from your organisation, Ms Sinha, that differential access to a very basic piece of technology made a massive difference to people's isolation when they were under lockdown. It also made a difference to access to services. Telemedicine could be done over the phone. If you have a phone in your cell, you have a relative amount of privacy, particularly if you're not sharing. If you're trying to do it on a wing phone with people around you, you won't have the confidentiality you'd want in a medical examination. And was that something which you picked up on in the conversations that you were having with prisoners?
That's right. It was a mixed picture.
And then you go on, that differential access to I'm sorry, I think I've already read that. Representatives pointed to the positive impact of introducing phones and video conferencing technology in prisons, as it allowed prisoners to maintain contact with their families. In one prison, the Howard League said prisoners were encouraged to read bedtime stories to their children. In other cases, prisoners were given extra phone credit so that they could afford to call home more frequently. While not considered a sufficient substitute for in-person visits, representatives believed that where these technologies were available, they helped to sustain connections between prisoners and their families. And then there's a final quote at the bottom. When that access to families worked, it really worked. It really had an impact on people's well-being once they could see their family members and talk to their family members. Yes, thank you very much. We can take that down. Two final points which I'd like to cover under this section. First of all, patterns of violence, which we've touched upon already. Ms Sinha, you say at paragraph 97 that between 2014 and 2018, violence in prisons increased dramatically, with rates of assaults more than doubling, from 190 assault incidents per 1,000 prisoners to 394 assaults per 1,000 prisoners. How, if at all, was that increase in violence affected by the pandemic conditions?
So I think Mr. Nielsen touched on it earlier. One of the advantages, if there were any, of the pandemic were that people were spending the vast majority of time in their cells,
yes,
which reduced the opportunities for contact with each other.
Yes.
And violence in prisons, I mean, violence requires that contact. So if you don't have that contact, ergo, it reduces the levels of violence. So it was reduction made by the constraints of the environment rather than anything else. And in between 2014 and 2018, violence was very high, partly because you were still in overcrowded conditions and poor conditions, and that gave rise to frustrations and anger amongst prisoners and led to high levels of violence. But during COVID, because that contact wasn't there, that saw the reduction.
But then, as restrictions were eased, did you see that violence and tension began to rise? You tell us at paragraph 100 in your statement that the decline in the rate of assaults was not equally felt across male and female prison estates. And you say that women had started to see more tension, anger, and behavioural problems emerge as restrictions continued and then began to ease. There was also a problem with the lack of other distractions. So that amplified, in your view, trivial and minor incidents that perhaps would have passed otherwise.
That's right. And violence in male prisons is very different to violence in female prisons. The reasons why violence happens is also very different. And women generally find that not having distractions, not having purposeful activity, not having access to support via either staff or other agencies or psychological support increases their levels of distress. And I think that's also seen in the levels of self-harm that was very high in the women's estate. And I think violence, the rate of decrease in violence in the women's prisons was less than in the male prisons as a result of that.
Thank you. Mr. Nielsen, parole and adjudication hearings. You deal with this beginning at paragraph 32 of your statement, and touch upon independent adjudication hearings. Were they initially suspended completely, but then did they begin to be conducted again as the pandemic progressed?
Yes. And crucially, they were being conducted virtually rather than in person, as would have been the case prior to the pandemic. What
was the impact of that?
Well, I mean, it allowed the process to begin again. And on one level, there wasn't a huge impact because there weren't a huge amount of adjudications going on, because relating back to the isolated regimes, people being stuck in their cells, there were less opportunities to fall afoul of the prison rules, and therefore be awarded adjudications. For some people, I mean, I think the lack of in-person adjudication hearings, we certainly highlight some of the problems with virtual hearings in our statements. So it is difficult, for example, to view CCTV together when not everyone is actually physically in a room to look at the screen. There is an impact on procedural fairness and access to justice, particularly for vulnerable people, those with communication difficulties. So the concern that we particularly have around adjudications is that while it was perfectly understandable that there would be no in-person hearings during the pandemic, there are still no in-person hearings. That is our understanding. Even now, we're well away from the specified period. All adjudication hearings continue to be virtual, and it's one of the examples, I suppose, of where I think the bar of expectation for the system has changed. Initially for pandemic public health reasons, and it is now
the norm.
The norm.
Yeah, and is the same to be said for parole board hearings?
I mean, parole hearings, certainly there are far more virtual, remote hearings than there were.
Yes.
I think the degree to which that is a negative thing is perhaps not as clear as with adjudications for some people and for the process itself, which is under some pressure in caseloads and work. The move to remote has been a good thing, but it is notable that yes, largely there has been a big shift in the way that both adjudications and parole hearings are conducted.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the impact on healthcare provision, please. You both tell us in your statements that GP appointments, urgent care, dentistry and medications were all affected by the imposition of pandemic restrictions. And let's have a look, please, once again at the Justice Roundtable report on the issue of healthcare provision. We can see that prisoners had significantly reduced access to healthcare during the pandemic, according to representatives, exacerbating the physical health impacts of the changes to prison regimes. Inquest thought that the pandemic worsened a long-standing problem in prisons of dismissing health issues and prisoners having limited access to healthcare. Further, some prisoners were reluctant to disclose COVID-19 symptoms to avoid the period of extended isolation involved in the cohorting system, and as a result may not have received the treatment they needed. Medical Justice explained that individuals with chronic conditions such as diabetes and asthma missed routine external appointments. Prisoners, as we have heard, were confined for 23 hours a day and had less frequent clinician visits, all of which negatively impacted their health. The National Preventative Mechanism provided an example from one prison where prisoners with COVID-19 were only visited by healthcare staff twice during a 14-day isolation period. And they said for other medical conditions, we saw people missing appointments, lack of transport, lack of custodial staff to accompany them, and that compounded by the extra stretches on the NHS. We saw physical illness, cancers, people missing their outpatient follow-ups. So just pausing there, a reflection of everything that was happening outside of the prison system was also happening inside it. Medical Justice added that the pandemic caused delays in transferring very unwell prisoners requiring mental health support or medical treatments to hospital. They highlighted how these situations made prisoners sharing cells with unwell prisoners feel uncomfortable and worried about the health of their cellmate. Thank you. I think we can take that down now and move finally to the issue of mental health and well-being. Ms Sinha, I'd like to come to you first, please. For women in custody, what is your view of the most significant mental health stressors, either created by or worsened by pandemic restrictions?
So I think it's just to give context. The women's population, there are a good proportion of women who come into custody with poor mental health. Some of it because there aren't suitable places for them in the community. So you do have a disproportionate number of women who already come with imported mental health issues into the prison environment. And so for them, for those individuals who already suffered with mental health, those symptoms would have become far more acute without psychological help, with isolation, without access to family, children and loved ones. So, and also access to healthcare whilst they were in custody. And the impact for women with high levels of mental health is looking for alternative ways to cope. And that often meant self-harming at high numbers and high levels.
Thank you. I'd like to put up one of the blogs, please, from the Howard League's blog collection. It's at INQ000613159. Thank you very much. And just look at what we can see here in terms of the mental health consequences of imprisonment during the pandemic. If we can go to coping strategies, please, at page 3. Thank you. And just highlight the first 3 paragraphs. Thank you very much. A few people, all older, told us that they had not minded the restrictions or had even preferred the relative calm of lockdown, and that reflects very much what you've already told us, Mr Nielsen. As one put it, I have felt no pressures from the restricted regime. I am retired and can cope with more isolation. However, most people found the pandemic very difficult. Several people described how they or others in their prison had coped with the loss of social contact and meaningful activity. One man described prison as a living nightmare and explained that keeping himself busy was a crucial part of staying well. Lockdown had made this much harder, though not impossible. Pre-lockdown, I used to be out of my cell all day doing a wide variety of purposeful and leisure activities. Therapy, IT tutor, Shannon Trust mentor, prison band guitarist, prison choir member, Christian fellowship groups and services, gym, football, weekly family visits, all stopped. So does that reflect, Mr Nielsen, one usually very active prisoner's reaction to having had all of that taken away?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt that purposeful activity has a rehabilitative purpose, yeah. But it is also actually a way of finding a productive use of your time in custody, and to have that stopped is in itself going to be detrimental to most people's mental health.
Thank you. Could we replace this, please, with the guidance from the Ministry of Justice entitled Safety in Custody Statistics, England and Wales, Deaths in Prison Custody to June 2020, Assaults and Self-Harm to March 2020. Thank you. And if we could highlight the table. We can see the figures there. They speak for themselves, I suppose. In the 12 months to June 2020, we've already looked at this, I think. But if we move down to self-harm incidents reached a record high of 64,552 in the 12 months to March, up 11% from the previous 12 months. And moving down through this table to assaults, There were 31,568 assault incidents in the 12 months to March 2020, down 8%, which is, again, what we've already seen because of the isolation factor. And then assaults on staff decreased, presumably for the same reason, that there was less contact between prisoners and staff. And then finally, the number of serious assaults on staff decreasing by 5% over the relevant period. So do those statistics which we see collected from the Ministry of Justice reflect, Mr. Nielsen, your experience from the messages that you were receiving?
Yes. I mean, I made the point in my statement that self-harm in custody shouldn't be seen as a straightforward barometer of mental health. And I stress that in part because the initial drop in self-harm rates in men's prisons, in the male prisons in particular, was seen by some in government as proof that the exceptional delivery model, the restricted regimes, that wasn't detrimental to people's mental health. I think the picture is rather more complicated, and it comes back to that point that we've been making about that prisons were in a very bad way prior to the pandemic. There were these new records each quarter in levels of violence, and that included self-harm. This had been developing over many years, and one of the new phenomena that we were seeing in that pre-pandemic period was a rise in male self-harm at that time. So just to provide a bit of context,
yes, please.
Self-harm is an issue for all prisoners, but there's always been a gender disparity. The women tend to be much more likely to self-harm and to self-harm many times.
Did you say women?
Women, yes. So women in custody are perhaps more likely to internalise distress in that way, whereas men may be more likely to externalise the distress through violence against others. Now, that's a terrible generalisation, but it has some accuracy to it, I think. And it's not always the case. But what we saw in the pandemic is actually the gap between the genders narrowing. And I think that says something about how bad things were in the overcrowded male estate before COVID. So in a way, we started to see things revert back to something like the situation as it was before.
Thank you. And may we now please look at the report from the Chief Inspector of Prisons, which is at INQ 000662053, and it's prisons holding women. We can see that this report was concluded on the 19th of May of 2020. And please could we look at page 11 and paragraphs 1.11 and 1.12. And here we're looking at the support for the most vulnerable prisoners, including at risk of self-harm. All sites that were looked at had accommodation in which to isolate prisoners with symptoms of or those who had been confirmed as currently having COVID-19. We had concerns about how symptomatic prisoners were treated at Bronzefield and Eastwood Park. Initially at Bronzefield, the regime for any prisoner who developed symptoms had been poor, with no time in the open air and a shower only every 3 days, though this had recently begun to improve. However, at Eastwood Park, while symptomatic prisoners had a shower in their cell, they did not spend time out of their cell or in the open air for up to 7 days. In addition, all 3 sites had identified prisoners who were vulnerable to infection and needed to be shielded. Bronzefield and Eastwood Park had designated shielding units. At Bronzefield, most prisoners who had been asked to shield for medical vulnerabilities had agreed to do so. These prisoners had in-cell showers and daily access to time in the prison's gardens. At Eastwood Park, cells on the shielding unit did not have in-cell showers, which made prisoners living on other units more reluctant to move to this unit. Around half of the prisoners initially identified had declined to shield. The lack of in-cell showers made it more difficult to deliver a consistent regime for these prisoners. Managers at Eastwood Park planned to move shielding prisoners to a unit where prisoners had a shower in their cell. So, Ms. Sinha, it may seem like an obvious answer to this question, but what sort of impact did having to live in such restrictive conditions, particularly in relation to hygiene for women, have upon their mental health?
Well, I think that, it's particularly important, and I know that it is a generalisation between men and women, but for women who are experiencing either, on their period, etc., the access to cleaning themselves, having access to clean underwear, clean clothes, becomes vitally important to their mental health. And in certain modern prisons like Bronzefield, where you have in-cell showers, it's a lot easier. But in older prisons like Eastwood Park, where this facility wasn't available, and the fact that they weren't able to access showers for days would have been very detrimental to their mental health.
Yes, and it rather looks as if in Eastwood Park, those prisoners who did have a shower were then not allowed out of their cell for up to 7 days.
That's right. And I think that it led to quite a lot of underreporting of symptoms as well, because it felt like a punishment to be symptomatic and be isolated.
Thank you. And finally, just to complete this topic, at the Justice Roundtable event, there was discussion around vulnerability, isolation and mental health. The roundtable event heard that the fear of Covid-19 transmission and changes to prison operations during the pandemic had profound negative consequences for prisoners. Inquest explained that prisoners are a vulnerable population with higher rates of mental health problems than the general population, and they discussed how the limitations on prisoner support and increased solitary confinement increased anxiety, depression, self-harm, suicide and unavoidable deaths. Prisoners feared that risk of transmission posed by staff coming in and out of prisons and not wearing PPE, and that representatives thought that this worsened the anxiety amongst prisoners and reinforced their perception that it was not important to protect them from COVID-19. Yes, thank you. Finally, turning to lessons learned, and coming to you first, Ms. Sinha. What lessons can we learn from the experience of the prison estate during the pandemic, and how might things be improved for the next civil emergency?
I think what we found through our captive reports, first of all, was the inconsistency with which innovation was applied. So there were places within the prison estate that were engaging in some creative, innovative strategies to deal with the problems they were facing, but this wasn't across the board. And I think it's important that we highlight what those innovations were. So in-cell technology being one of them, video calls, use of social media updates, so especially for family members, creative use of the gym and physical activity, giving distraction packs and hobbies. I think these were good innovations, and the prisoners who happened to be in those prisons where that was happening had a much better experience of that period. But some way of generalizing those good innovations across the board, so that everyone had the benefit of those interventions. I think that would be an important point to make. But overall, our biggest recommendation from all of this is the issue around capacity and overcrowding. Had that advice been taken early on, all the signals were saying that this would be the one thing that would reduce the levels of despair and illness and potential death within the custodial environment was not followed. And I think that now that we're in a time where the prison service is overcrowded beyond measure, and it has taken legislation to try and reduce the prison population, it's a real opportunity for us to prepare for those kinds of events. Holding overcrowding and capacity as front and centre is a way of managing these events in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Nielsen, is there anything that you would like to add?
No, I mean, I very much agree with that. And I think it's worth stressing that we saw only just over 300 people released early in the early onset of the pandemic, as we discussed, and yet it is somewhat ironic looking back now, where we've had successive governments since releasing thousands of people early from prison in a succession of various types of early release scheme to deal with the capacity crisis. But when we actually had a pandemic and we had a compelling public health case to release more people early, we didn't take that opportunity, which left the system with very little resilience. There's one other point I'd like to make, which is about lessons that perhaps we can't learn. And it's, I think it's about it comes back to the public health advice that we commissioned from Professor Richard Coker.
Yes.
And the fact that he said that prisons could act as epidemiological pumps during a pandemic, by which he didn't just mean that they could spread the virus within the institution, but they could spread the virus out into the wider community, and that potentially because of the poor conditions of prisons, that the virus might mutate within that kind of congregated and unhygienic setting. Now, unfortunately, I think we'll never know, and certainly I'm not a public health expert, so we may never know the extent to what happened in the prison system and what bearing did it have on the community. Because every day there may have been restrictions in custody on what people living there were doing. But of course, every day there were members of staff going in and out of these prisons and then going back into the community. So what we don't know is what kind of infection spread was taking place from prisons, basically through that traffic of staff coming in, potentially bringing the infection in, it then spreading amongst the prisoner population, in an unhygienic environment, and then spreading back to staff who then leave and spread it back out into the community. And the reason I say this is because I had a very anecdotal, I absolutely accept, but I happen to have some friends working in public health in the Kent area who told me, because of my job, that they were very concerned in October 2020 about an outbreak of COVID cases at Swaleside Prison on the Isle of Sheppey. And I duly noted it. And then 2 months later, we started hearing about the Kent variant. Now, I'm not going to say any more than that, but we don't have answers to those questions, and that might be where some of the most important lessons could be learned, unfortunately.
Well, Mr. Nielsen, Ms. Sinha, thank you very much for your evidence. My lady, that completes my questions, and I don't believe that there are any questions from any other call participant.
No, there aren't. So, Mr. Nielsen, Ms. Sinha, thank you so much indeed for your help. I used to visit a lot of prisons in Kent, Mr. Nielsen, so I was quite interested in your anecdote, but I suspect we can't prove a causative link. But anyway, thank you very much indeed, both of you. It's been a very interesting morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well. We've made such good progress. I'll give you an extra couple of minutes break. I shall return at 25 to.
Thank you very much, my lady.
Silence, please.
My lady, can you see and hear me?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. The next witness is Christopher Minnock, who will be giving evidence on behalf of the Legal Aid Practitioners Group. May he be sworn, please?
I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Will you give us your full name, please?
Christopher Minnock.
Thank you. Mr. Minnock, you should have before you a copy of your report, which bears our reference INQ 000660080. Can you confirm that that is the document that you have provided on behalf of the Legal Aid Practitioners Group?
On screen at the moment?
No. Do you have a hard copy?
I haven't brought a hard copy with me.
Right. OK. Well, we can rectify that, please. Thank you. You have provided a witness statement on behalf of the Legal Aid Practitioners Group. We can see that. Is that the first page of it that's on the screen now?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. And please, can you also confirm that the facts stated within it are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I can.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by setting out a brief and high-level overview of the organisation that you represent. So the Legal Aid Practitioners Group was established in 1983. It's a membership body that supports those who carry out legal aid work in England and Wales. And your members are private practice firms, not-for-profit organisations, barristers, cost lawyers and legal aid policy specialists. And your members carry out all areas of civil and criminal legal aid work and cover the whole range of business models from small, niche, sole practitioner firms, charities, other non-for-profits, all the way up to many of the largest legal aid services. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, during the course of the pandemic, the Legal Aid Practitioners Group undertook 3 significant pieces of research, which, amongst other themes, considered the impact of COVID on the legal aid sector and on access to justice more generally. Is that right?
That is right.
The first of those was the Legal Aid Practitioners Group Mental Health and Wellbeing Survey, which was published in October of 2020. Did that gather data from 420 legal aid practitioners and support staff?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Secondly, the Westminster Commission on Legal Aid inquiry into sustainability and recovery of the legal aid sector, which was published in October of 2021. Was that a cross-party initiative formed by the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Legal Aid, which was the precursor to the APPG on access to justice? And did that run a series of evidence sessions and also conduct research?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And finally, the Legal Aid Practitioners Group Aid Census, Legal Aid Census. What was that?
So that was a research project that we conducted. We outsourced the actual collection of the data and the analysis of the data to a group of academics who all had experience in the field of socio-legal research, and it was a collection of 5 surveys of existing, former and prospective legal aid practitioners and organisations and chambers that carry out legal aid work.
And there were 1,839 individual respondents to that, were there not?
That's correct.
And also 401 organisational respondents.
Yes.
So a fair selection of those people that use your organisation.
Yes, and described by the academics as the largest survey of its kind in the history of the legal aid scheme.
Thank you. Turning now to deal with the impact of the pandemic on access to justice. It's right to say, is it not, that court backlogs and delays are generally well understood, particularly at the moment. But describe to us, if you would please, what the position was going into the pandemic and how, if at all, that position was affected by the restrictions imposed during the pandemic.
Of course, yes. So it's a really important context, isn't it, to understand that the pandemic exacerbated existing problems within the justice system. So there were backlogs across the civil and criminal courts pre-pandemic, and then the restrictions that were placed in terms of stopping some proceedings, slowing down the progress of other proceedings as restrictions were put in place on public health grounds have exacerbated those backlogs, both in terms of the volume of cases, but also in terms of the length of time it takes for those cases to pass through the system. And those are implications that we're dealing with today. Announcements this week from the government in terms of measures to try and redress that.
So is it right that the backlogs that existed going into the pandemic have been extended during the course of the pandemic?
Quite considerably, particularly in the criminal courts.
Thank you. Let's look at the impact on specific vulnerable groups, please. So the first group is housing and homelessness. You tell us at paragraph 10.1.1 in your statement that all housing possession action in England and Wales was suspended from the 27th of March of 2020 in a move which was designed to prevent a potential wave of homelessness that could have resulted from lockdown measures. And you go on to say that while this significantly reduced the demand for legal advice on housing and homelessness issues, it also fundamentally weakened the financial resilience of the housing legal aid provider base, as no specific government financial relief measures were introduced to offset the loss of income. So what sort of reports were you getting from those practitioners who would have ordinarily been employed in this area of law?
So I suppose there are two broad categories. There are those that were furloughed and the legal aid provider base, in the absence of targeted financial support, relied heavily on furlough to retain its staff and to work on the basis that, of course, those staff would return once volumes of work picked up. And then there were those that maintained their work in the office. And they had an existing caseload going into the pandemic, so those clients needed ongoing assistance. And of course, there's a large proportion of housing work that isn't necessarily oriented around court proceedings.
Yes.
So even if there weren't new possession actions, eviction processes happening, there were existing processes, and there were clients that needed ongoing assistance with non-possession work. And so, for example, the existence of public health measures meant that there was a whole new category of law that existed, a subset in housing law in terms of are properties suitable for the homeless people that are being accommodated on a temporary basis, are people in existing accommodation, in suitable accommodation that meets their needs on medical grounds, for example.
Could I just ask you to slow down a little bit with
yes.
your delivery,
I did anticipate you'd say that at some stage.
Don't worry, it's easily done.
And all of those people needed advice. And
Yes.
of course, we're talking about a provider base that's traditionally always lacked capacity to meet demand, and that was only exacerbated again by the pandemic.
Thank you. And you go on to tell us in your witness statement that the number of housing legal aid provider offices commencing work from 2019 to 2020 and 2020 to 2021 fell by 19% and has remained at this level since.
That's correct.
Why is that?
I'd say the primary reason is because within the legal aid sector, there's no resilience. There's no financial resilience.
Yes.
Organisations operate in a very financially precarious manner. And when you have any disruption to your income, a number of organisations will fall as a result, or within an organisation, they'll have to lose staff or withdraw from housing legal aid work and take on other forms of work. And of course, there was an enormous shock financially because of the pandemic, because of this immediate disruption to the flow of cases. And so providers had no choice but to withdraw.
And the Law Society have performed and presented analysis demonstrating that by October of 2023, 44% of the population in England and Wales did not have a housing legal aid provider in their local area.
That's correct.
And has that figure remained constant since the pandemic has passed?
It has. It's actually gotten slightly worse since the last analysis that was carried out by the Law Society. And one of the things that the analysis misses, and this is not a criticism of the analysis itself, is the existence of a housing provider in your local area doesn't mean they have any capacity to take on cases. So it kind of hides the fact that even if people do have a housing legal aid lawyer in their area, they don't necessarily have the ability to get advice from them because they don't have capacity.
Thank you. The second topic, safeguarding and support for victim survivors of domestic abuse. You tell us at paragraph 10.2.1 in your statement that the lockdowns necessitated by the pandemic created what you describe as a perfect storm for domestic abuse victim survivors, and that is something about which the inquiry has heard evidence already during the course of this module. You describe it in these terms: avenues for escape were closed off by the restrictions placed upon refugees and on family members left able to support them. This, coupled with an increase in the types of stress that exacerbate domestic abuse situations, resulted in huge increases in those seeking support, which led to a significant increase in demand on domestic abuse support services and on legal aid providers in relation to protective measures. Did this particular problem touch not only, well, did it touch criminal cases, civil cases, and indeed family cases?
It's mixed, and this is one of the issues we're trying to generalise about the legal aid scheme, because it is quite complex and it does deal with a whole wide range of legal issues. So in the criminal sphere, there was an actual reduction in demand in some respects because of the fact that the police weren't arresting as many people. There were different types of crimes happening, but there was a reduction in some crimes because people were locked at home. But of course, some of those crimes were then hidden because of an increase in domestic abuse.
Yes.
In housing, there was a reduction because there was a stay on possession proceedings. But some of the analysis that the government has carried out since shows that although the demand in some areas may have been slightly lower, because of a high proportion of legal aid staff being furloughed, the demand was concentrated on a smaller number of people. So caseloads went up, stress levels went up, well-being went down, and we may come to that later in the evidence, I'm guessing.
Yes. Pausing to just reflect upon the court situation.
Yes.
As we know, and as the inquiry has heard, there was initially a cessation of all cases when the courts were closed. There was then a mitigation introduced across all of the sectors, I think, so that there was a shift to remote hearings, which in itself would have then increased the demand for legal aid. But did the remote hearings make it significantly harder, in your view, for domestic abuse victims to access all sorts of legal support, not only the hearings themselves, but also access to legal advice in preparation for those hearings?
Yes, categorically it did, yes.
And would you agree that the lack of timely access to legal support would also have been exacerbated again for those with mental health needs or learning disabilities?
Absolutely.
And is it fair to say, therefore, that the idea of remote hearings, whilst welcome by many, was for other victims of domestic abuse a deterrent in pursuing protective orders against their perpetrators, perhaps?
Yes, I would agree.
Thank you. I'd like to have a look, please, at the Women's Aid report, which the inquiry has seen before. It's the Shadow Pandemic Shining a Light on Domestic Abuse report from October of 2021. And please, could we have a look at page 45 in paragraph 7.1.2, which deals with courts or CPS. And it says that the pandemic and the need for social distancing have had a notable impact on the work of courts. The move to remote hearings has limited the support available for victim survivors, both from formal support workers and informal support networks. Domestic abuse services have not been able to be present for remote hearings and therefore only being able to offer support before and after a hearing. The increased need for support whilst cases are delayed also has implications for services that offer support whilst waiting for or going through trial. Similarly, with short notice for cancellation of cases, including the day before or the day of the trial, and dates for new trials being set arbitrarily, some victim survivors will be left attending court alone and without support. This not only has a huge impact on the victim survivor, including their ability to attend at all, but also impacts the evidence they can provide, therefore having ramifications for the outcomes of trials. So there seem to be several issues highlighted here. The first is that it wasn't just the formal support that deteriorated and diminished during the course of the pandemic, but informal support, which for people such as victim survivors and those with learning disabilities and people who were vulnerable in society would have been a really important level of support and type of support that they needed wrapped around them throughout the whole process.
Correct, and the excerpt here is in the context of the criminal courts. Because there's a really important element in the civil courts of victim survivors as well, and that's the ability to obtain protective orders. And these processes sometimes run parallel. And so you've got a range of different impacts that are affecting people at the same time. And I think people possibly underestimate the role that legal practitioners play in terms of supporting people through those processes. And so a notable example in this context is that if you have a remote hearing, the client has to be somewhere. They have to be somewhere to be able to access it. They can't be at home in these contexts often. So where do they go? And so practitioners, in our experience, were required to facilitate access for their clients to remote hearings,
yes.
Which means providing a physical space, which means providing technology, along with legal advice and emotional support. So it was a very, very difficult set of circumstances.
So in that example, the legal practitioner would have been taking the role that would ordinarily have been taken by an informal support worker, so that they would have been providing that level of emotional support as well.
Yes, and providing the role that would have been taken by the court service itself.
Yes, absolutely. The second point, I suppose, to make is that in this example that we see on screen, there is a reference to the cancellation of cases at short notice. Is that something which your surveys have also thrown up during the course of the pandemic? Yes,
although I would say that this has been a problem that's blighted the court system for forever, and something that's again continuing to be needing to be addressed across the court system, because it has quite significant implications for everybody involved in the court process, including the victims and survivors. Yeah, but there's an obvious impact of that on a victim survivor who would have been expecting their case to be heard with a determination, and perhaps the day before or the day of the hearing gets told that can't happen. And the third point, I suppose, to make is that then, given the backlog, the new trial date or the new hearing date might be some significant time in the future. Yes, I mean, I don't have figures to hand for what the relisting process or delays would have been at the time, but if we take the current context, we're looking at cases now being listed into 2030. Some of those cases will be domestic abuse cases and other linked types of proceedings. So you're potentially talking about a 2 to 3 to 4 year wait before something comes to trial, and you can understand why the government's trying to take quite significant measures now to bring that back. Yes. And those figures down. Thank you very much. We can take that down now. Immigration and asylum. Paragraph 10.3.1, you tell us that the impact of Covid-19 was felt acutely
by both clients in the immigration and asylum system and practitioners working in this area as well. Members reported to you that with the lockdowns came a wide-scale slowdown, if not a cessation, of case progression within the immigration and asylum system, and a large number of cases were either suspended or delayed. The new ways of working brought about by the pandemic also presented, you say, unique challenges for this particular client group who may not have had access either to technology and in relation to whom English is often a second language. So what sort of challenges did that present for them?
So I think in ordinary circumstances, it's very difficult for clients, applicants within the immigration asylum system to interact with formal processes, often in another language. We're talking about a cohort that doesn't understand, may come from a country that has a very different system or no system, who may be very wary about interacting with public services anyway, and may be a victim of torture or other forms of inhuman or degrading treatment, hence their need to apply for asylum here or fleeing persecution. So it's by virtue of being in that system, you're bound to be vulnerable in one or more ways. And so when you then think about first instance decision making by the Home Office being delayed or slowing down considerably, you need that decision. You then need to try and challenge that decision. If you disagree with it, you need advice to do that because immigration law is incredibly complex. Slow down. And it's very difficult to access advice anyway with the lack of capacity across the system. So again, it's another perfect storm, and I think it highlights that if we talk about the legal aid system in particular, it is a safety net that is designed to try and assist vulnerable people, either vulnerable with a big V in terms of something that's recognised maybe in legislation, or vulnerable because of the very nature of their legal problem.
Thank you. Next, those in prisons and other places of detention. The inquiry has just heard from representatives of those who were in touch with prisoners and prisoners' families during the course of the pandemic. But so far as your members were concerned, you tell us at paragraph 10.4.1, members reported that His Majesty's Prison and Probation Service imposed a number of measures at the outset of the pandemic to mitigate factors that increased the Covid-19 health risks for prisoners, such as overcrowding, high rate of pre-existing health conditions amongst the prison population, and measures including reducing time spent out of cells, which we've just heard about. You go on to say that while your members understood the need for these measures, they reported significant impacts on prisoner well-being and also on the ability of prisoners to access legal advice. What were those particular challenges?
I think there's, one of the issues with looking at the impact on the justice system is that it's almost a misnomer to call it a system. It's more of a collection of different systems that interact with each other, and the prison service is a classic example of that. The interaction between getting advice and what that might mean for your ability to successfully apply for parole or release. It's absolutely vital that you have access to legal advice to do that successfully. And within the prison service, after many years of a lack of investment, choosing my words very carefully here, there was a very uneven distribution of the resources that would be required to facilitate access to legal advice. And so our members would have difficulty in reaching their clients, long waits for telephone interviews, or some prisons not having the ability to facilitate remote interviews, or if there was the ability to contact, it might be in a public space where a prisoner would have access to a telephone, which is not the space in which you want to conduct an interview with a client and hear very sensitive information and impart legal advice. Of course, we were in and out of lockdowns, but some of the pressures that were placed on the prison system, or some of the choices they made, meant that prisoners were often restricted in the ways that the general population were not. And so the impact was greater in the sense that some of those difficulties in accessing advice lasted longer and had a greater effect.
Thank you. Let's look, please, at the report from the Criminal Justice Joint Inspection, which is dated, thank you, January of 2021, and look at page 18 and paragraphs 311 through to 313. In fact, we can just look at the first two of those paragraphs, I think. The first beginning, thank you very much, at the foot of page 18. And this report found that in particular, since the initial lockdown ended, it remains the case that the majority of prisoners have continued to be subject to a highly restrictive regime. This has lasted many months without respite. It has had serious adverse effects on their physical, emotional and psychological well-being and on the prospects of effective rehabilitation. Short scrutiny visits conducted by, as it was then, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons from April to July 2020 raised concerns about the potential medium and long-term effects of isolation and the lack of meaningful human interaction, including the loss of social visits. Inspectors were told by prisoners that the absence of access to open space, exercise and human contact was having an adverse effect on their well-being and leading to anxiety, deterioration of their physical health and increased mental health problems. So if we consider that there was a lack of practical facility for these prisoners to have a meaningful interaction with their legal representatives, coupled with the mental effect of the lockdown conditions within a prison, that would have led to a pretty bad experience for them.
It did indeed, yes.
And the stress that the inability to properly represent their clients had upon your members needs to also be remembered, does it not?
Absolutely, yes. And actually, the data shows that the number of lawyers that deliver prison law legal aid services has declined dramatically, and all areas of legal aid involve stressful work, vulnerable clients, and highly complex cases. But we also have to acknowledge that has the potential to create vicarious trauma for the practitioners themselves.
Yes. Did your representatives and your members report that there was also a difficulty with prisoners being able to access the requisite training and education that their sentencing plans would have had written into them in order for them to be ready to be released, and that in itself also was a sense of frustration, not only for the prisoners but also for the practitioners?
Yes, and some of the issues you've just highlighted are actually outside of the scope of legal aid for prison law work, which is unfortunately quite restrictive now, but that particular point is crucial because
Yes.
Your progression towards probation, for example, is a key element.
Thank you. People affected by the operation of the justice system. You tell us at paragraph 10.5.1 that your members reported significant issues by those affected by the criminal justice system. The pandemic intensified existing strains on practitioners already struggling after more than a decade of fee cuts, falling prosecution rates, and a declining provider base, undermining public access to advice and their experience of the criminal justice system. And you go on to say that the most significant impact on those affected by the operation of the criminal justice system, and by that we mean defendants, victims and witnesses, has been, as we have already referenced, the large increase in court backlogs and delays in listing and hearing trials. For your practitioner members, you describe at paragraph 10.5.3 that the pandemic was a stressful period laden with risk to their own health. Tell us about that and the sorts of pressures that they felt going to visit vulnerable clients and people who may well be infected.
Yes, I mean, practitioners, particularly in areas like criminal defence, practice not in their offices often, or more often than not, they practice in police stations, in cells, in custody suites, in the magistrates' courts. And those processes, while there was a reduction in the number of arrests taking place, those processes didn't stop just because there was a pandemic. Members of ours and the Law Society, for example, very quickly had to try and negotiate new protocols to try and strike that balance between ensuring that people who've been arrested or charged had access to advice without compromising on the public safety or public health, but that wasn't always possible. And so they were putting themselves at risk by going into those environments. And with the best will in the world from the police force and others, those weren't safe environments.
Thank you. Let's look at some of the figures that you provide in your statement, please. And if we could have a look at page 15 and 16 and to paragraph 24. Thank you very much. So your mental health and wellbeing survey, you say, provides another useful insight into the impact of the pandemic on legal aid practitioners. 420 responses to the survey were obtained between the 29th of June and the 4th of September 2020, and responses represented a cross-section of the sector in terms of types of practices, levels of experience, roles and areas of legal aid specialism. And the key findings were that 60% of respondents experienced changes in their working patterns or hours. Over 30% had experienced a reduction in their income or the income of someone in their household. 79% of respondents had experienced stress. 66% were having difficulty switching off from work. 59% were having difficulty sleeping or had disrupted sleep patterns. 46% had experienced mood swings or sudden outbursts of emotion. 41% had financial concerns. 35% had management concerns. 34% had experienced loneliness, 23% had experienced vicarious trauma, and 9% had another form of concern. Only 5% of respondents, that's 19 in total, had not experienced some form of adverse impact from lockdown.
Correct.
Yes. Thank you very much. I suppose those figures really speak for themselves. Let's have a look at the variation of impact between demographic groups or geographical areas, please. And you cover this at paragraph 10.7.1 in your statement, which is at pages 10 and 11. You say that while the impact of the pandemic was acute across the entire justice system, you have no doubt that the impact was more significant for some demographic groups than others, as evidenced by the client diversity statistics published by the Legal Aid Agency. What are those? Could you explain what the client diversity statistics are?
Yes, so there's a certain level of demographic data that's captured by legal aid providers at the point that they start assisting somebody under the legal aid scheme. It's not the full range of protected characteristics, for example, but it gives us an indication of some of the demographic and variable impact on clients. I would say what's really important about this data is that it only captures those who are able to access advice.
Right.
And we know, although there's limited research on it, that there are a lot of people that can't access advice, so there's no data about them. We don't know the demographic profile of the people we have, but you can only measure what the data that you've got at hand, and so that's what the legal aid statistics presented here are designed to do.
Thank you. Let's have a look at them now. So 58% of clients who received legal aid in civil representation matters are female. Across family legal aid matters, females make up 55% of civil representation cases, 82% of domestic abuse cases, and 68% of legal help cases. What are legal help cases?
Legal help, very generally, is advice prior to court proceedings commencing, or in situations where there won't be litigation.
Thank you. Females are also overrepresented in the categories of housing, debt, welfare benefits, and inquests.
Yes.
In immigration cases where ethnicity is recorded, 84% of clients are from an ethnic minority background. In other civil legal aid matters, clients from an ethnic minority background make up 29% of the client base where ethnicity is recorded, but only make up 18% of the population as at the 2021 census. Perhaps an important point there, where ethnicity is recorded. That isn't always the case, is it?
No, it's not mandatory to record this information, so there are big gaps in the data.
Would it be helpful if more data was collected on this and lots of other areas? I know we're going to come to that.
We are.
It's a perennial problem for the inquiry to hear about. Specific categories are legal aid are designed to support clients who have a recognised vulnerability, such as victims of domestic abuse, children, those without immigration status and with no recourse to public funds, those in poor housing, those with a special educational need, and those with adult social care or other health and disability issues. And the Law Society Legal Aid deserts analysis demonstrate dark variations in access to legal aid services, with particularly poor access for those in rural areas and in regions such as Wales and the southwest of England. What does that mean? What do we see from that last point?
Well, it sort of comes back to the point that we were saying earlier, that there's a very variable spread there's different experiences depending on where you are in the country, and your ability to access legal advice varies depending on where you are in the country, and that's what the Law Society research was designed to show. There's a high reliance in the legal aid scheme or in social welfare advice generally on face-to-face advice, because the clients are vulnerable, the cases are complex, often because advisors need to understand local context and local situation to be able to tailor advice. And so when face-to-face advice is compromised, that it particularly affects people in areas where that's the only way of accessing specialist services.
The inquiry heard this morning from Pia Sinha and Andrew Nielsen about a postcode lottery in terms of the way in which some prisons were within the estate were able to adopt mechanisms and mitigations for the pandemic restrictive rules. And I suppose it sounds like the same is the case for legal aid provision, that there wasn't a common picture across the United Kingdom. It would depend upon lots of factors as to how well focused and how well what the coverage was like in a particular area.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. You may have already answered these questions, but I'm asked to pose them to you in any event. Do you agree that for some, the pandemic caused huge delays for victim survivors, first to find legal support, as solicitors, you've said, were over capacity, and that legal aid applications were often processed too slowly? And the effect of that is that some victim survivors of domestic abuse were making their applications to court, for example, for non-molestation orders, without legal representation.
That's correct.
And was that a feature that came up time and again with your members, something that they were particularly concerned about?
They were particularly concerned about it. Their service is orientated around the people that they are assisting, so they might not have had complete visibility over the people they weren't assisting, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Yes. There. But they're all very well plugged into their local courts and into their local networks, and so they would be well aware of where the gaps are. And they're also, although this is, again, not something that's systematically recorded in terms of data, they're all routinely turning clients away because of a lack of capacity. And you can imagine for a family lawyer turning somebody away when you know that they're at risk.
Absolutely.
It doesn't bear thinking about.
No, quite. The domestic abuse group have told us of one example where a child custody case was delayed for over 2.5 years. Is that a unique situation, or again, does that chime with some of the information that you were getting from your family practitioners?
I probably can't say categorically that that's something that we have heard from our family practitioner members. Delays of that extent, certainly delays,
yeah.
Or cases not being able to progress as a result of delays, not just in family but in other areas as well. That's one of the consequences that we have to keep reminding ourselves, is that often if a case in any context experiences delays, it can lead to the failure of that case, the failure for that case to actually reach conclusion for a variety of reasons.
Across all manner of cases, civil, criminal and family, of course. And finally, there was a lack of bailiffs or enforcement officers available to serve orders, of course, during the pandemic. And in the case of non-molestation orders, would this have had the effect that the perpetrator of domestic abuse could deny having been served with the order, and therefore try and scupper that important part of the preparation for the hearing?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So finally, I'd like to turn, please, to lessons learned and recommendations. You say at paragraph 27 that the most important lesson to be learned is that the justice system needs sustained and adequate resourcing to reduce pandemic-related impacts and inequalities experienced by people affected by the whole operation of the justice system. And that since the pandemic, it has been acknowledged by the government that the courts estate, the prison estate, the probation service and the legal aid sector are all underfunded and in need of systemic improvements. And how would systemic improvements in what you have experienced through your members throughout the pandemic go to do? What difference would that make?
We're talking about ensuring that a system has resilience, it has the ability to cope with shock. There's no way to absolutely ensure that a system can run at exactly the same way when something of this magnitude occurs, but you can mitigate it in terms of ensuring that the administrative and IT systems are in place to allow alternative ways of delivering services to be provided. From a legal aid perspective, one of the critical issues is that you need to ensure that the provider base, the firms and charities that deliver the service, are robust enough to be able to withstand those sorts of shocks and not go into sort of free fall with just an immediate reduction in income. You know, they're working on 1 or 2 weeks worth of reserves often, and so it doesn't take much to lead to the collapse of some providers. And given that they're delivering a really important public service, and that's a service that has an implication and assists so many other aspects of the justice system, it needs to be resourced properly so that if something like this happens in the future, that they're there to ensure that they can provide that service and make sure other elements of the justice system continue to operate effectively and make sure that people can get access to the service.
Thank you. And your final recommendation, you say, would be for the government to collect more robust and reliable data about legal need. You say at present that doesn't include comprehensive data about who requires legal aid, the types of legal problems they experience, where they are, how they access services, and the challenges and the barriers that they face. And therefore, without that data, there is a lacuna in terms of all of that information, and that level of information and that type of information is crucial, I think, in your opinion, to be able to work out and understand where the services need to focus.
Yes, and I mean, you mentioned legal aid there, but of course legal aid is a funding mechanism. It's just one of a number of ways that facilitate access to legal advice and representation in the court system. What the government, with its primary responsibility for this, should be collecting is data that enables it to fully understand the level of need that exists. In the absence of that, I can't see how they can accurately or effectively contingency plan for any future shocks like a pandemic.
Thank you. My lady, that completes my questioning. There are no additional questions from core participants, and so that completes this witness. Thank you very much, Mr. Minot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minot. It may not surprise you to know, if you know anything about my background, that I don't need any persuading. The justice system needs substantial resourcing and investment and recognition. And I must avoid getting on my soapbox about the importance of the justice system to a fair society. So thank you very much for your help to the inquiry, and obviously for the work that your members do to try and assist the most vulnerable in society.
And thank you, my lady.
Thank you. My lady, that completes this morning's work. Would it be convenient for you to return at 1:30, please?
Certainly, to allow you time to see other witnesses. 1:30.
Thank you. My lady, good afternoon. Can you see and hear me?
I can, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next witness is Charlie Taylor, who's giving evidence on behalf of His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons. Please may he be sworn.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you give us your full name, please?
My name's Charlie Taylor, His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Taylor, you should have before you a copy of your witness statement, which you've provided to us on behalf of His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons, and it bears our reference number INQ 000659848. Please, can you confirm that that is the statement that you've provided to us?
Yes, I can.
And that the facts stated within it are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Indeed.
Thank you very much. The Inspectorate of Prisons serves as an independent inspectorate, scrutinising the conditions and treatment of prisoners and other detainees and reporting its findings. Is that right?
Yes, indeed.
It helps to ensure that detention is humane, safe, respectful, and helps to prepare people for release ahead of their return to the community.
Indeed.
And it does this by carrying out independent inspections of prisons, young offender institutions, secure training centres and court custody facilities across England and Wales, and also immigration detention across the UK. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. Is it tasked with scrutinising the conditions in which all of those people are kept during the periods of their incarceration?
Yes, in effect, the exam question we have at every place we inspect is, what's it like to be a detainee in this institution?
Right. And once those findings have been obtained from the inspections, are they in fact carried out in accordance with published criteria which are known as expectations?
That's correct.
And are they then set out in a series of reports? And is the reporting part of the duty of the inspectorate?
Yes, it is indeed.
Thank you very much. Does the inspection, when it takes place, involve the collection and review of both qualitative and quantitative data in order for the inspectorate to be able to understand what's happening in each of the establishments that are being inspected?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. And are there 5 key sources of evidence relied on during inspections? Those being, first, observation; second, detainees, so that includes qualitative feedback in the form of interviews or data collected; third, staff, who are spoken to during the course of the inspections; fourth, relevant third parties; and fifth, documentation, including, for instance, Home Office data sets. Now, Mr. Taylor, the benefit of giving evidence after others who have helped the inquiry on the issue of prisons and detention is that the inquiry has heard a lot of what you have very helpfully contained within your witness statement. And therefore, there are some topics which I can deal with very lightly and others that I can cross off completely and don't need to trouble you with. But it's right that your witness statement has already been utilised this morning in me being able to put the content of it to other witnesses. So please don't think that it's been a wasted effort. And of course, my lady has the very full witness statement from Mr. Taylor to reflect upon following the public hearings. I'd like to begin your questions by looking at some aspects of the impact of lockdown and regime restrictions as they fell upon the inspectorate, and in particular to ask you about the imposition first of short scrutiny visits and then scrutiny visits during the pandemic. Can you explain to us, please, how your process of inspection had to alter once the pandemic hit?
Yes, so we stopped inspecting on the 17th of March. Then obviously the full lockdowns came in on the 23rd of March. My predecessor, Peter Clarke, very quickly had conversations with the prison service about continuing to go into prisons and continuing to report because of ours and the prison service's concerns that it's important that prisons continue to be scrutiny and that the public knew what was going on within prisons during the lockdowns. And so by the 14th of April, we were back in HMP Bullingdon, beginning to trial what we called short scrutiny visits.
What were they?
So these were a lighter touch visit that was much shorter in time than our usual visits. And rather than us reporting directly on individual prisons, we brigaded together the findings from 3 prisons and put out a very brief report. Right. So that was the short scrutiny visits. We then went in July that year to what we called scrutiny visits, negotiated with the prison service, whereby as lockdown restrictions began to be lifted in the community, we felt that we could extend the depth of our scrutiny. So rather than brigading the findings of 3 prisons together, we did a more extended methodology that we developed during that time, so that we were able to do a short prisoner survey, an adapted prisoner survey, and also to spend longer in each individual prison to dig a bit deeper into the sorts of things that we look at.
Thank you very much. And what about immigration detention, the immigration removal centres? Were those places also subject to the same?
Yes, we followed the same process with them.
Thank you. The inquiry has heard this morning about the early release scheme that was devised, but only took effect to a very limited extent. Looking at the issue through an inspection lens rather than a political one, how would you characterise the state of the prisons at the time that the early release scheme was paused, including population pressure and prisoner well-being?
So in the early days of the pandemic, what we saw was the prisoner population fell to some extent. And that did provide some breathing space for prisons, that they weren't quite as overcrowded as they have been.
Yes.
But that isn't to say they weren't, many of them, substantially continuing to be overcrowded. It just took the pressure off a bit. But as the pandemic continued, what we then began to see were the number of remand cases increasing within prisons because people were waiting longer and longer for trials to get on.
And the inquiry also heard this morning that at the other end of a prisoner's sentence, it was becoming more and more difficult to comply with the sentence plan in order to then be either released or be paroled.
Yes, certainly. So, for example, some of the interventions that were on prisoners' sentence plans, some of the accredited programmes that they were supposed to complete in order that they could impress on the parole board that they had reduced their risk, were unavailable in lots of prisons. So that was a big cause of frustration amongst prisoners because they weren't able to demonstrate either to officers or to the parole board that actually their risk had reduced and they could reasonably be either moved to open conditions or released from jail entirely.
And so was the direct impact of that they weren't moved and they weren't released?
So what we saw were prisoners getting stuck within the system, sometimes for longer periods of time. The whole system just slowed up, both at the front end and at the back end.
Thank you. Do you have a view on whether it would have been beneficial for the situation in prisons if the early release scheme had either continued or in fact been implemented in a different way than it was?
Well, I think from the inspectorate's point of view, anything that reduces the levels of overcrowding within prisons is always beneficial. And we've seen over the last few years there have been lots of attempts to try and reduce the prison population. And even where they stop the population from falling over, where the danger of running out of spaces is mitigated, we still continue to see prisons that are far too overcrowded, particularly the crumbling Victorian reception prisons in our inner cities that are often the least well equipped to be able to manage an extended population.
Yes, and we're going to look at a plan of one of those prison cells in a moment. Before we do, I'd just like to ask you about social distancing and overcrowding. At paragraph 108 in your statement, you tell us that social distancing was difficult in parts of many prisons because of the design of the building, and particularly difficult to achieve in overcrowded Victorian prisons, such as Wandsworth, that has narrow prison landings, and the design of it is not conducive to something like social distancing.
Yes, that's right. In a jail like Wandsworth, you have the ground floor, which is open, and then the rest of it is in effect balconies. So the balconies are very narrow, and therefore for prisoners to pass each other, they're getting very close in very close proximities. I mean, it's barely the width of this desk.
The inquiry has also heard this morning about the length of time that prisoners during the pandemic were locked in their cells, between 22 and 23 hours a day. Is it fair to say that the prolonged confinement of prisoners in their cells for that number of hours, often for months at a time, was driven in at least in part by the practical difficulty of maintaining social distancing and infection control in overcrowded prisons?
Yes, certainly that was the case. And I think even 23 hours in some prisons was a conservative estimate. We saw prisoners locked up for more than 23 hours a day in some of particularly the earlier short scrutiny visits that we did. So that was the part of the reason were concerns over social distancing, and also the difficulties with creating, in effect, cohorts of prisoners who could then operate and live together, could get out, get their food, get back into their cells. But what we saw really was just the processing of prisoners through the day. So getting them out to get their food, getting them out to have a shower, getting them out to make a phone call if they didn't have in-cell telephony at the time, and getting them out to a bit of fresh air. That was often, even that, prisoners were struggling to manage such a meagre regime.
Would you agree that clinically vulnerable prisoners would have been particularly impacted by overcrowded prisons because it limited their ability to reduce exposure and increased their risk of suffering severe outcomes from Covid-19?
Yes, certainly, and that was one of the concerns that we flagged frequently in our reports.
Thank you. Looking at immigration detention for a moment, had all the immigration removal centres been operating with populations well below their capacity in the run-up to the onset of the pandemic?
Yes, they had, and during the pandemic, more detainees were bailed as well. So the overall numbers of detainees in immigration removal centres was reduced, and some of the pressures that we saw in prisons certainly weren't as severe in immigration removal centres.
Thank you. And so in terms of insight and analysis of longer-term effects of the COVID pandemic, you tell us at paragraph 129 that since the end of the pandemic, the number of people in prison on remand continues to rise, with the latest official statistics that you provide to us in your statement suggesting that as of June of last year, it was 17,701 prisoners. That's just prisoners on remand.
Indeed.
So waiting for their cases to be heard. You also say at paragraph 130 that another development post-COVID has been a rise in the recall prison population.
Indeed.
Can you explain to us what that is, please?
Yes, so prisoners are released from jail on licence. Traditionally, that was a 50% of their sentence. It's then changed to 40%, and in the Sentencing Act that's just been passed, it will become 30% of their sentence.
Yeah.
So once they've served whatever time the court has said they need to serve, they're then released on licence. if they breach their licence conditions, so that doesn't necessarily mean they commit a further offence.
No.
But if, for example, they don't turn up at a probation appointment or fail to stick to some of the rules that they've been given, then they may get pulled into custody. Also, if they are accused or are deemed to have committed a further offence, then that may also be grounds for them being returned to custody on the judgment of the probation staff.
And you tell us that as of June of last year, so at the same point in time, the recall prison population was 13,538 prisoners, which was 11% higher than 12 months previously. Is that right?
Indeed.
Yeah. Let's look now, please, at the impact on prisoners and those detained. And we'll look at several impacts here. The first one is that, as you've said, despite long-standing challenges in the provision of sufficient time out of cells and purposeful activity in many establishments, there had never been in recent history a time when the entire population had such little time unlocked than during the pandemic. The inquiry heard this morning about the effect upon prisoners of the removal of the facility to exercise and how that affected their mental health. You've told us, though, of some changes that were implemented to the system to encourage and enable in-cell exercise. What were those?
So we saw some quite impressive PE teams within prisons working out some in-cell exercises that prisoners could do. And we also saw the introduction, particularly in the very good weather in the pandemic, of some exercise equipment going out onto exercise yards as well that prisoners could use. But it's worth remembering, if you are in a standard 12 by 6 cell shared with another prisoner, the actual space to be able to do any exercise is extremely limited.
Well, that brings me to the physical manifestation of what prisoners were often being expected to cope with. And let's have a look, please, at an illustration of a Victorian-type cell, which is at 000469662. And it's, in fact, let's just pause on this page, please, because it's going to come up again. This was a report prepared by the Inspectorate of Prisons, What Happens to Prisoners in a Pandemic, which we can see as a thematic review, and it's dated February of 2021. And then let's go, please, to page 13 and have a look at the description. And can we highlight, please, the two-scale plan? So this is a cell which is designed for one.
Indeed.
But we can see at the top that it can be doubled up to accommodate 2 prisoners. How would this cell be altered to accommodate an extra person?
So it would simply be bunk beds. So
Right.
the same size bed, but you'd have another one on top.
And we can see that in terms of the ability to perform very much physical activity in that space, it's really negligible.
It's extremely limited.
Yeah. And did your inspections during the pandemic reveal that many of this type of Victorian cell was being inhabited by 2 prisoners?
Yes, we frequently came across, as we still do, cells that were originally designed for 1 person with 2 prisoners in them. And actually, the cell that we were rather generous in the picture we put in of a cell here, because, for example, there are 2 chairs in this picture, but often we find there's only 1 chair. Sometimes there isn't a wardrobe, or the wardrobe is not in good nick. And also, in this case, there is at least a privacy screen in front of the lavatory. But in some jails we go to, there may or may not be a curtain in place. And also that this lavatory was in the corner. But if you go to a prison like Brixton, the lavatory is actually roughly where the higher up of the 2 wardrobes is. So really, it's virtually in the centre of the room.
Thank you. And I just want to bring myself back to the scrutiny visits, because I remind myself that during the Justice Roundtable event and in the Justice Roundtable report, I think there's reference to the fact that your visits, or the visits of your inspectorate during the pandemic, were, at least for some period of time, remote, in the sense that you were interviewing people or speaking to people remotely rather than going into prisons. That needs to be corrected, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right. The inspectorate were in prisons from the 14th of April, and we didn't stop being in prisons from then onwards.
No, thank you. And reminding ourselves that immigration detention is, as you say, paragraph 165, not intended to be punitive or carceral. What sort of conditions were you seeing in immigration removal centres in terms of the manner in which people were being housed during the pandemic? Was it an improvement to what we've just seen?
Yes, so by and large, things were much better in immigration removal centres. So fewer restrictions on people locked in their rooms. That generally there was reasonable amounts of free flow. The numbers were much, much lower, so there weren't that many people there. But also most detainees were held in, or almost all detainees were held in single cell accommodation as well. So again, that meant there was more space. So the overall pressure on detainees was probably lower from at least an overcrowding point of view, and the daily regime was more open than we were seeing in prisons.
Thank you. In prisons and in the immigration removal centres, did the inspectorate consider whether shielding units and the resulting reduced time out of a cell had placed clinically vulnerable prisoners at a particular disadvantage when compared with the general prison population?
Well, what you have in prison, in terms of the clinical vulnerable population, is both prisoners with ongoing, sometimes chronic health difficulties, but also there's an ageing population of just particularly some very elderly men and a small handful of elderly women in prison as well. In some jails, what we saw was some quite impressive arrangements to make sure that cohorting was done really tightly. But as we said at the beginning of this, actually in some jails it's just really hard to do because of the nature and design of those particularly older Victorian jails.
Thank you. I want to turn now to discuss the access to healthcare and how that may have been restricted during the pandemic. And the inquiry has heard this morning a significant amount of evidence on this topic. So I only need to take you to three discrete areas, please. And in doing so, could we have a look at three short paragraphs of your witness statement, starting at paragraph 218, which deals with secondary care. I'm afraid I don't have the I&Q number, but I know that it's paragraph 218. It's 000659848. Thank you very much. You say here, prisoners faced additional barriers in accessing secondary care relative to the general population because their access is dependent on the availability of prison staff to escort them from prison to hospital. This isn't something that we really covered this morning, but of course, once the system begins to close down because staff are ill themselves or don't have the availability to transport a prisoner from prison to hospital, or the appointment has to be cancelled for some reason. What then happens? Does that in itself cause a logjam in terms of the ability of that particular prisoner to access the medical care? Yes,
and it was a risk that we highlighted throughout the pandemic, was the fact that if people weren't able to get to appointments for secondary care, the danger was that things were going to get worse and what had been a more treatable condition was going to become harder to treat over time.
Thank you. Another aspect of the restrictive regime was substance misuse support. So at paragraph 225, you tell us that the demand for illicit drugs did not disappear during the pandemic, and prisoners told you that one of the ways many relied on to pass the time was the use of drugs. The Inspectorate Prisons Thematic Review at paragraph 91 says that prisoners were clear that illicit drugs had continued to come into prisons, although in more limited quantities. And in the 2021 to 2022 annual reporting period, almost a quarter of prisoners told the Inspectorate of Prisons that it was easy to obtain illicit drugs despite the restricted regimes. Is that right?
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah. Just pausing there, what was the thematic review that you refer to there? Is that the review that we've already looked at?
Yes, what happened to prisoners during a pandemic. Yeah.
Thanks. And then finally, social care at paragraph 229. You say that local authorities have a statutory responsibility to provide social care to those in prison, which mirrors that in the community. When restrictions were introduced, this support was largely sustained where care packages were already in place, but assessments for new referrals were affected because many local authorities withdrew face-to-face assessments and delayed those by telephone, which reduced the quality of the outcomes. Although the Inspectorate of Prisons found a few positive examples of provision for older prisoners and those with mobility issues, some prisoners had been left in degrading circumstances in some prisons. At Earlstoke, Northumberland and Pentonville, for example, prisons, is that scrutiny visits?
Yes.
Found a lack of support for prisoners with mobility issues, had left them unable to clean themselves or their cells or access the shower. And at Earlstoke, this included one disabled man who had to pay other prisoners to clean his cell. He didn't have a bed rail to prevent him from falling out of bed or suitable shower or toilet adaptations. And at Bristol, by contrast, the Prisons Inspectorate found an annex had been developed for older prisoners and those with mobility impairments, which afforded a safe environment for prisoners to live and shield with no unnecessary restrictions. So do we see there that experience of prisoners in different prisons was wildly different?
Yes, indeed. And I think what we saw at Bristol really was to do with an innovative and very effective leadership team there who were determined to provide as open a regime as they could whilst fitting in with the restrictions. Well, elsewhere, as we've highlighted here, we saw some very concerning findings about some really vulnerable men and women not getting the support that they needed and being left in conditions that were simply inhumane.
Thank you. We can take that down, please. And could we now display the report from the Centre for Mental Health, which is entitled Future of Prison Mental Health Care in England? It's at INQ 000649021. And we can see that this is a report which resulted from a national consultation and review. And could we have a look, please, at the part on, I think it's page 27, thank you very much, and highlight the right-hand side of the page, thank you, just to reflect upon deaf prisoners. And submissions of evidence on deaf people in prison illustrate the difficulty that all services in prison appear to have in tailoring care to individuals with less common needs. It is not clear exactly how many people in prison are deaf. The British Deaf Association in 2016 reported that approximately 400 people had self-disclosed hearing loss or some form of deafness, but state this is an underreporting of the numbers. In this report, we are describing issues for deaf people in prison as opposed to those with hearing loss. Prisoners with hearing loss are likely to be a much larger group than those who identify as deaf, but will also be disadvantaged. Marked isolation coupled with communication deprivation is the general experience of deaf people in prison. Only a minority of prison staff have training in British Sign Language, and British Sign Language interpreters are not routinely provided. Deaf prisoners may have no greater literacy levels than the average prisoner, which are often low, and therefore written communication may also be difficult. This inhibits their ability to take part in almost any activity, such as work or education. It also impedes health and mental health assessments and what can be offered in the way of intervention. We were provided with one case study of a person who spent virtually, we just need to go to the next page, thank you, no time out of their cell because they did not know that the cell had been unlocked. Most people would know due to the noise made, and often only finding out when they were told it was due for locking. Prison officers and other staff are very unlikely to have any training or knowledge in managing and supporting deaf prisoners. And then it goes on to talk about a consultant forensic psychiatrist for the deaf who reported what they had experienced. I only highlight that to ask whether or not the regimes that were implemented during the course of the pandemic would have also affected those most vulnerable in prisons and would have made their period of time and their experience even more difficult.
Yes, certainly. We saw that those with mental health difficulties or those with other sorts of specific needs, it just added to the pressure of being in prison and the inability of services to be able to get into prisons, to be able to support those prisoners, just compounded the challenges that they already faced in an overcrowded and sometimes violent and challenging environment.
And so any disabled prisoner affected by increased isolation would have had a very obvious impact on their mental health.
That was always our concern.
Thank you. May we put back up onto the screen, please, the Inspectorate of Prisons review, what happens to prisoners in a pandemic, and just look briefly at one of the case studies that's contained within this report. And it relates to G. Before the pandemic, G said she had good progress in achieving her sentence plan goals and had been approved for a move to an open prison to serve the last part of her sentence. She was frustrated that this move had been delayed by several months because of the restrictions. She had planned to use her time in an open prison to find work and somewhere to live on release. Although a transfer was ultimately offered to her, it had come too late in her sentence to allow her to benefit from open conditions before her release. And she told the inspectorate, "I just felt like my world had been turned upside down. I really had a goal in mind from the beginning of my sentence that I wanted to spend the last 2 years in open. Now that slipped by and I was, okay, I'll just do the last year. And when I got my recat, which is a recategorisation decision, I was absolutely over the moon. And then her transfer was postponed. I just felt gutted. I had it in mind that I'd have a job to go out to because I'm dreading, in a way, going out because I've got nothing to go out to. And I knew that going to open prison conditions would give me that bit of help that I needed to build something up." And that was not an isolated example, was it?
No, and the reason why we used case studies like that was because it revealed the deep malaise that we saw growing within prisoners, a sense of helplessness and hopelessness about the future. One of the things that helps people to cope with their time in prison is a sense that they're making progress towards a target or a goal and that they are working their way through their sentence. And you can see this was a case where a woman who had done everything that she was supposed to have done, but was then going to fail to get into open conditions with all the advantages that may have entailed. Although the reality was, even in open prisons, the opportunities for release on temporary licence and going out to work were themselves severely limited.
Yes, thank you. Paragraph 366, you say continuity of care on release for prisoners was also poor during the pandemic. Many were released without adequate support or clear pathways to community mental health services, and waiting lists for community services were long. How was this caused or contributed to by the pandemic, and what should be done to correct that discontinuity in the event of another pandemic?
So what we would want to see is that prisoners who are getting treatment, particularly for mental health conditions, are able in a timely fashion to be able to have their case moved over to community services in order that that treatment can continue. What we saw, and sadly what we continue to see, is often there isn't that continuation of care, and therefore people begin to deteriorate when they come out from prison, with the inevitable consequence that often they then come back inside again without too much of a delay.
Yes, thank you. I'd finally like to ask you about lessons learned, and I appreciate that I haven't provided any warning of this, but I wonder if we could just put up, please, at the end of your witness statement. It's 659848, and to look at pages, I think it's 73 and 74, paragraphs 371. I think it's just over the next page, please. Thank you very much. And can we highlight these 3 paragraphs, please? I'm keeping you on your toes this afternoon. This is what you say. In the event of a future emergency, His Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons would primarily urge inspected bodies to have a clearer overarching recovery plan. The Inspectorate often found places of detention were too slow and are inconsistent in reversing restrictions imposed as a result of the pandemic. And your 2021 to 2022 annual report, paragraph 94, noted, for example, that there was not enough ambition from some governors or the prison service overall to restart activity. In establishments where leaders made efforts to maintain key services, for example, family support work, and to prioritise relationships, prisoners tended to be to report more positively about their experience. I just want to pause there and to ask you, how well have conditions returned back to how they were before the pandemic? Has there been a complete reversal back to the way in which things were before lockdown?
No, sadly there haven't been. We're still continuing to see. We have, excuse me, we score in 4 areas: safety, respect, purposeful activity, and preparation for release. And our scores in our healthy prison assessment for purposeful activity were always the lowest of our 4 areas that we inspected. But since the pandemic, they have been even lower than historically. And the reason is because of the huge delays with getting activities back up and running, that we continue to see empty workshops, empty classrooms, prisoners locked in their cells for far too long. But even since the pandemic, we're not seeing things returning to how they were beforehand. So, for example, visits being put on at weekends often don't happen. We often see evening association, which traditionally was put on for prisoners who were behaving well. That often doesn't happen. So in far too many jails that we visit, prisoners continue to be locked in their cells for up to 22 hours a day with nothing to do. And in many cases, they are still passing the time by taking one of the many drugs that are currently available within jails.
Why is it, do you think, that regimes haven't improved very much?
I think this in part comes down to a lack of real drive, ambition, and what I've always urged, which is an orientation of the prison service towards purposeful activity, towards giving prisoners the sorts of skills, expertise, knowledge, understanding, so that when they leave jail, they're able to go on, get a job and lead successful lives, to fill in the many gaps that there are within prisoners' development, to be able to support them in that process. And sadly, prisons are orientated towards, understandably, safety and security, but they are not focused on that rehabilitative part of their role, which I think the public would expect.
Thank you. Looking back then to the end of your report at paragraph 372, you say it's important to recognise the specific and varying needs of populations in detention. Whilst command mode is no doubt important at the start of an unprecedented situation, efforts should be made to enable leaders locally to make decisions according to the needs of the populations they hold. So the Inspectorate concluded in its 2021 to 2022 annual report that the national framework imposed for prisons restricted the ability of governors to assess their own risks and determine the type of regime they could deliver and whether there were alternative means of delivering this safely. So really, one size doesn't fit all,
no.
and governors should be entitled and empowered to adapt according to the type of population that they have.
Absolutely, the type of population that they have, the specific aims of the prison, but also the build, the design and the space that's available in different prisons. And what we saw is there were very few opportunities for governors to be able to exercise the kind of flexibility that would have made perfect sense and was a cause of enormous frustration amongst governors and amongst leaders within prisons because they felt constrained by a centre that didn't understand the specific challenges that they faced.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask, Mr. Taylor, I was going to ask you the question about how you embed good practice. So you've given examples of how some governors... Now, if you go to a system you've just described of giving every governor their own discretion and all the rest of it, how then do you make sure that the central body, namely the MOJ, responsible for prisons, embeds good practice around other prisons? Do you follow my question?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is a balance between the level of autonomy that you give governors and the level of control that you have within the centre. But I would say amongst prisons during the pandemic and even now, that balance is not right. So that governors are unable to make decisions on some really basic and fundamental things that as a former head teacher would be absolutely expected. And so I think it is out of kilter. And I think it's a source of big frustration for governors. But of course, you need an accountability system so that you make people accountable as well as giving them responsibility. What we find often is that people are accountable, but they're often not responsible for some of the things that go on with their jails. And that's a very big source of complaint and frustration from many of the people who work in prisons.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, at paragraph 373, you say the value of constructive and swift independent oversight became very clear during the pandemic. Inspection reports helped to inform policymakers and the public and ensured that detention leaders had critical scrutiny of major decisions affecting the welfare of detainees and prison staff. Independent assessment of institutions is essential in times of crisis. Especially in places of detention which continue to operate largely out of the public eye. And the Inspectorate of Prisons believes in the capacity of both individuals and organisations to change and improve, and that you have a part to play in initiating and encouraging change, be it during a national emergency or otherwise. Mr. Taylor, thank you very much. My lady, there has been permission granted to 3 core participants to ask questions. The first in the list is the Migrants' Rights Consortium, and I think that Ms Moffat is asking the question.
Ms Moffat.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Taylor. Yes, I represent the Migrants' Rights Consortium, which is a group of 9 organisations representing the rights and interests of migrant people in the UK. My question relates to access to legal representation for those in immigration detention. At paragraph 281 of your statement, you say that face-to-face legal advice, you don't necessarily need to turn it up, I'll just summarise it, but face-to-face legal advice surgeries were suspended during the pandemic in IRCs and immigration removal centres. You go on to say that they were still taking place by telephone and by video call. However, securing legal advice by telephone and by video would have required appropriate technology to be provided to immigration detainees, information to be provided in a format and language that they understand, and including, in many cases, the need for interpreters. Is it right that many detainees would have struggled to obtain appropriate legal advice in those conditions?
Yes, certainly. It made life more difficult. I mean, we were and of course, detainees immigration removal centres are allowed to have their own telephones, so they're able to use their own phones to be able to make calls in a way that prisoners aren't. But nevertheless, as you say, the difficulties with things like interpretation services, the inability to be able to have face-to-face contact was certainly an issue. I think the mitigating factors were the fact that they could have phone consultations, but also that the number of detainees in custody was reduced, and that meant that the overall burden on those with immigration issues was less high than it might have been.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Moffat. Mr Pisani, I think he's probably behind you and to your right, Mr Taylor. But keep your voice going into the microphone, please.
Good afternoon, Mr Taylor. I ask questions on behalf of Mind, the mental health charity. The context of my question is paragraph 330 of your witness statement, where you cite stigma as an obstacle to disclosure by prisoners of potential mental health needs in the context of individuals seeking to access mental health services for the first time and barriers to that access. So paragraph 330 reads, some prisoners were reluctant to disclose mental health needs due to the associated stigma, and staff did not always have time to build the trust that would support them to disclose this. My question is this. Is the relevance of stigma during the relevant period, during the pandemic, that first, prisoners who needed mental health treatment may have been overlooked because of that reluctance arising from stigma. Second, that was combined with their isolation from staff or invisibility to staff. And third, whether it was compounded, that inhibition was compounded by a lack of confidentiality in shared cells and on phones in communal areas.
Yes, absolutely. In prisons that are effective, what we see is good quality private screening for prisoners when they come into custody, and also the ability of staff to be able to make referrals if they become concerned about prisoners. But of course, what we saw during the lockdown was that prisoners couldn't get out of their cells, and therefore staff were unable to make the sorts of assessments that they might normally make. So if a prisoner was suffering from a condition that meant they were very actively and very obviously in distress, then they were more likely to get support. But if a prisoner was suffering, for example, from severe depression, the danger was that nobody would pick that up. But also that being in a secure cell, well, it very much, in a doubled up cell, very much depends on your relationship with your cellmate about the extent to which you might want to disclose anything. And for many prisoners, they would be extremely reluctant to show that sort of vulnerability in front of another prisoner.
I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Pisani. And now I think it's Miss Douglas, who's probably directly opposite you, Mr Taylor, I think.
Hello, thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Mr Taylor. I have two questions on behalf of clinically vulnerable families. You agreed earlier that clinically vulnerable prisoners would have been particularly impacted by overcrowding, and you've told us about shielding units and various cohorting methods that were used to varying degrees. Do you know whether prisons were conducting risk assessments looking at the particular impact on clinically vulnerable prisoners?
We didn't come across that as a generalised thing that was going on. But we do highlight, for example, what we saw in HMP Bristol, where there was some real thinking being done. But I would say overall it wasn't something that we found or reported on.
And may I just clarify, Ms Taylor, is that something are you saying that may have been going on, but it wasn't brought to your attention, or you have found no examples?
It wasn't something that we saw.
Okay, thank you. The second question is in relation to detainees' surveys, and at paragraph 79 of your statement, you've described the abridged versions of these surveys that were conducted in relation to scrutiny visits between July 2020 and April 2021. You've described that the surveys at that time covered topics including COVID-19 restrictions and also demographic and background questions to enable responses from different subgroups of the prisoner population to be compared. I'd note in the copy of the survey, example of the survey that you've exhibited, question 18 asks if the respondent has a disability or a mental health problem. Given that the surveys were being conducted during the pandemic, do you think it would have been helpful to also collect data as to whether a prisoner had an underlying health condition or was otherwise clinically vulnerable in order to better understand the impact of the pandemic on them?
I think, yes, indeed. And there were lots of things from our long survey that we couldn't include within our shorter surveys that we conducted during the scrutiny visits. And really, that was the precautionary principle, that we wanted our surveys to be as light touch as possible and our burden on the prison to be as little as possible. And therefore, we had to make some compromises about what we took out of our normal survey, which is a much longer and much more extensive document. And I think it's fair to say, both in the area you describe and in other areas, we didn't have the breadth of detail that we normally have. So it was a compromise we had to make in order to fulfil our agreement with the prison service and to keep staff, prisoners and our researchers safe.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Ms Douglas. That completes the questions we have for you, Mr Taylor. Having visited a few prisons over my time, I don't envy you and your colleagues your task. Thank you very much indeed for your help with the inquiry, both in providing the written statement and your evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. My lady, the next witness is ready to come in. It's Helen Milner from the Good Things Foundation. And I'm told by my learned friend, Miss Rahman, that her evidence will be about half an hour. So is my lady content to carry on?
We'll go on.
Yes, thank you very much.
Ms Rahman.
Can the witness be sworn, please?
Okay. If you'd like to repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm
sincerely and truly declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Ms Milner, thank you very much for attending to give evidence today. Could you give your full name, please?
I'm Helen Louise Milner.
Thank you. Ms Milner, there should be a statement in front of you dated 24th September 2025, INQ 000655897. Can you confirm that that is a statement that you have provided for the purposes of the inquiry?
It is.
And can you confirm that any facts stated within the statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you. Ms Milner, starting first with what you say at paragraphs 1.1 to 1.4 of your statement. In summary, you founded the Good Things Foundation in 2011.
That's correct, yep.
And it's the largest digital inclusion charity in the UK, is that right?
That's correct, yep.
And you say that the mission of Good Things Foundation is to fix the digital divide, and you explain that's ensuring that everyone can participate in a digital society.
That's correct.
As part of that, you say that you focus on supporting people who are economically and socially disadvantaged. We'll come back to that in more detail, but in summary, is that because people in those categories are more likely to be digitally excluded?
Absolutely. Of the millions of people in the UK who are digitally excluded, they broadly fall into two main groups. They are either older or they're economically disadvantaged, and there's a huge overlap. So actually people who are older and economically disadvantaged and therefore socially disadvantaged are a large group of those people who are digitally excluded.
Thank you. And you note that even before the pandemic, society was increasingly reliant on digital tools, digital services. The work that you do was particularly important for that reason.
Absolutely. Up until the pandemic, public services being digitised, coming online, private companies coming online. And I would say that probably most people in this room were fairly reliant on digital services before the pandemic and obviously since then.
In terms of reaching people who weren't able to do that, at paragraph 1.4, you've described how you worked in partnership with thousands of hyperlocal organisations. Can you give us an example or some examples of what hyperlocal organisations are?
Yeah, so ever since we began in 2011, we've always worked in partnership with I call them community partners or digital inclusion hubs. So these are organisations at a local level, community organisations, community groups, local charities who may specialise in helping, say, migrants and asylum seekers or older people, people who are seeking work, faith organisations, local branches of things like Age UK. There are also private sector organisations like some banks, Virgin Money, for example, mobile phone shops, O2 mobile phone shops. So it is absolutely a public, private and third sector. But the key point is they are in communities where people are. They already are engaging with people who are socially and economically disadvantaged and therefore may also be digitally excluded, and that people can go there and that they can get support and help for the many barriers that they might be experiencing from a digital exclusion point of view.
Thank you. And you've described the name of the organisation. It's the National Digital Inclusion Network, and that's describing those sorts of organisations that you worked with before the pandemic and continue to work
Absolutely. And there's thousands of them now. Actually, there's over 8,000. I think during the pandemic, there were probably around 5,000. So they are actually in all of our communities. So they're often invisible to you, but they are there working terribly hard with all of those people and are very much there to respond to the needs of either the specific group that they're supporting or that local community as a kind of community hub.
Thank you. And you explained there are two core services that you offer, National Data Bank and National Device Bank. Could you just summarise for us what those two services are?
So the main barriers for people who are digitally excluded are either they don't have the access because they can't afford it, or they don't have the ability or confidence or skills to be able to use the internet. So on the former, on the access, we work in partnership to provide the National Data Bank. So that is providing people with free SIMs, so mobile phone SIMs. So the same day they can get access to the internet. This is for people who cannot afford even a £10 top-up. So these are people in our society today who are very excluded and who need to be online to, for example, to talk to the Home Office about their asylum claim, for example. So that's a National Data Bank, and we now have over 3,000 of those, like food banks, but for mobile phone data. And the National Device Bank is where we work with the private and the public sector, so large employers who give us their tech, their computers, their laptops, their mobile phones, and then we work with a third party to refurbish those and through the National Digital Inclusion Network provide those devices to people who, again, don't have them because they can't afford them.
Thank you very much. And you also describe digital hubs which are working in the community, people coming in for training. I presume that those are sort of physical locations, is that correct?
They are the hyperlocal organisations. Sorry for using lots of different language.
No,
we call them digital inclusion hubs to kind of try and give them a nice collective name.
Yes.
But they are all independent from us. They're all mostly independent from each other. But people can go there and get help with their digital inclusion.
I touch on that because when we now come to the impact during the pandemic, which you deal with in your statement from paragraphs 1.5 to 1.7, the first impact that you describe is your partners having to close their doors. So you're describing some physical location that had to close.
Absolutely. So people who, for example, don't have devices or couldn't afford devices or connectivity, up until the pandemic, would often go to the Digital Inclusion Hub for support with that confidence and skills. They might want some help to fill in an online form, but actually they could access the internet from those physical places. But of course, as soon as lockdown happened, they had nowhere to go. And I heard from local community partners that, for example, people were standing outside to use their Wi-Fi, for example. So literally standing outside, you know, in the rain, in the cold, to be able to use the free Wi-Fi that previously they'd been able to go in and actually sit on the chairs and the tables and maybe have a cup of coffee whilst they were using their Wi-Fi.
So, whereas many people in society had moved on from the days of going to, for instance, an internet cafe, what you're describing is an element, a significant number of people who, when the pandemic started, were left essentially locked out.
Absolutely, and I think that that was a big shift. So I have worked in digital inclusion for a long time and clearly founded Good Things Foundation in 2011, so almost a decade before the pandemic started. And that aspect of digital exclusion was quite hidden before the pandemic because there were places that people could go. So once the pandemic hit and we all realised how incredibly dependent we were, not just on our daily lives, but actually during a crisis, during a pandemic, that to use the internet in order to get the help and the services that you needed, that we, from then on, I and Good Things Foundation believe that it's a fundamental right for people to be able to have a personal device and be able to afford a connection to the internet themselves. So it's not good enough to be able to go to a place. Going to a place is great. You get lots of support, lots of holistic other support, but we believe that everybody should be able to have and afford a device and connectivity.
Just looking again at why the pandemic exposed something that was hidden, is it because when that happened, it seemed to be the primary way of accessing help, support, services and information, which people needed to do online, essentially?
Absolutely. So there's sort of two parts of this. One is that obviously the charities like Good Things Foundation were the largest in the UK, but others working to support people to remove those barriers. But the other thing that happened in the pandemic was there was an assumption by a lot of people who were providing the support that people were online. So, for example, the first letter that went to people to instruct them to shield had 9 separate URLs to help to instruct people where they could get help. And so a large number of those people would have been older and poorer who actually would not have had any wherewithal to be able to go to those URLs. At the beginning of the pandemic, you couldn't get a COVID test, you couldn't book a COVID test, you couldn't, and then when the vaccines came in, you couldn't book a vaccine unless you had an email address. So we were actually building solutions to support people with the pandemic, with the crisis response, but we were actually putting those online. So there was the misunderstanding by a lot of the people who were designing those systems that actually everybody was online. So it wasn't just that there was an understanding that it was just a majority, because there was no actual thought about how do we help those people who weren't online.
So essentially we're moving on to how you helped those people. You describe in your statement doing things such as working with partners to get refurbished laptops, for instance, to people who needed it from businesses?
We did. Actually, during the pandemic, we also were out there looking for money because getting refurbished devices took a long time and we wanted to help people very quickly. So we actually were lucky and we got money from, for example, Barclays Bank, from the National Lottery. We were given new phones from Google. So we were actually looking for money to buy devices. So the majority of the devices during the pandemic were new, that we got grant money that we could then buy and distribute through the National Digital Inclusion Network. We did also begin the recycling process, but actually that is a much longer process and didn't seem to really meet our needs when we were doing it in a crisis response mode.
Thank you. And in terms of the sorts of people who needed the support that you described, starting at paragraph 1.7, you talk about, in particular, those with learning disabilities, older people, as you've mentioned before, and also families who needed devices in particular to support their children's learning and their own learning. Were they the sorts of people you would describe as being particularly impacted in terms of access to technology during the pandemic?
Yes, I mean, I want to say it's important that we hold tight the generic point about people in poverty and people who are older. So that I think that within the people in poverty, people with learning disabilities and the families that needed support would both be subgroups within that.
Yes.
They would be people who were suffering because their circumstances, or for example, their learning disability meant that they weren't in well-paid jobs, for example. And older people, because older people haven't used the internet or computers at work to a degree, or they haven't been able to be learning in a job, that they are also a group who are digitally excluded. So that's why we focused on those specific groups.
I'll have some questions for you about some other groups later on, which you can help us with if you're able to. I'll just come to those in a moment. Just before I do, though, at paragraphs 2.2 and 2.3, you describe some of the innovative ways in which people were helped to access culture, community life, and faith-based activities. Could you just summarise in a sentence or two some of those activities?
Absolutely. So we, during the 18 months of the first, from the beginning of the pandemic for about 18 months, we did actually distribute over 22,000 devices. And so obviously we had to get those to people whilst also recognising that people needed to shield and social distancing. And so community partners were very innovative about leaving on somebody's doorstep and like staying 1.5 meters away and then having a chat, making sure they downloaded Zoom, for example, onto a tablet, and then to social distance, help them to load the Zoom up and then actually support them over Zoom. That actually, once you're allowed to spend, to stand 1.5 meters away from somebody, people, some of the community partners rented like a community hall and spaced out all the tables so they could still get people together and to support them in that way. That there were a lot of digital champions, so volunteers, and we also heard from some of our community partners in rural areas who actually literally had these laptops and tablets in their cars and were driving hundreds of miles around the country to make sure the people in rural locations were also supported during the pandemic. So the kind of combination of helping people to move online at the pace that they were comfortable with and in innovative ways, combined with actually making sure that people were sticking to the rules, but also able to help them face-to-face just a little bit further away from each other.
Thank you. You mentioned there helping people to use Zoom, and widespread technology, a use of technology like that was perhaps a really memorable part of the pandemic. The fact that that was suddenly being used in workplaces, socially, at such an unprecedented level, would it be fair to say that's an example of how technology can be used to level the playing field and lessen inequalities? Because everybody is essentially using the same bits of kit, it seems.
Some work that we do, so at Good Things Foundation, we work with community partners from a delivery point of view, removing barriers, but we also work in research and evidence base to understand the data, but also to understand the barriers and therefore can create solutions. And one of the things that the team have developed is something called a minimum digital living standard. So to understand what the baseline is. The reason I say that is because what happened during the pandemic was we were hearing often that businesses were digitising services that they had planned to do over 3 years, and they were doing it in 3 weeks. And so we had that the people who were already online took leaps forward. So although I don't disagree with you, and that our job is about digital inclusion. We're about solving exclusion, to bring people into the digital world. So based on their choice of what it is that they want to use, that they're then able to be in that level playing field. But I would say we're still moving people up to a minimum.
You've got to get them on the first rung of the ladder before they can do that.
Absolutely. And I think during the pandemic, some people went up that ladder very quickly, and lots of people were still helping to get to that first rung of the ladder.
You mentioned the businesses who were planning to do things in 3 years, but did it in 3 weeks. Going back to the people who were helped who were older, would it be fair to say that some of those people, out of necessity, had to get online, and perhaps they did that quicker, or perhaps they wouldn't have done that? What do you think is the situation there? Do you think older people have in fact become more or less digitally excluded as a result of necessity during the experience of the pandemic?
I think it's definitely true to say that either through necessity or choice. So, for example, some older people that we spoke with didn't think it was for them. They thought this was something they could ignore. And then actually, because of the pandemic and the opportunities for them to, for example, communicate with friends and family much more easily was available. But then also, I would say, because of things that organisations like ourselves and others were doing, to say there are people excluded in our communities, we must find them and we must support them. So actually, I definitely think that there were people who were supported to be able to use the internet to get a device and connectivity wouldn't have been helped during that period of time if there hadn't been a pandemic. So I think that's definitely true.
Thank you. I want to move on now to particular groups that you mention in your statement. Now, the inquiry's heard a lot of evidence from many sources about how the pandemic exposed and exacerbated inequalities. And I want to ask you about some specific groups. So you've already emphasised, and in particular at paragraph 2.7, that digital exclusion is most closely aligned with financial poverty. We've already covered that was a pre-existing issue. Essentially, the pandemic has brought it into sharp focus. You've described a couple of issues, people not being able to afford essentially to get online, and perhaps not being able to afford a device as well. But you also mention in your statement issues such as having older devices. Is that another of the issues that
Absolutely.
simply weren't fit for the purpose?
That a good example of this is that the first app that was developed you could only use on a relatively new phone. So actually people might have had a smartphone, but because they couldn't afford to update it, they were still operating with an older phone, which actually met their needs. But though the app was then designed for a phone that was better than that. So there is none of these things are binary, are they? Is that some people had nothing and had never used the internet. Some people had a phone, but it was very old. Some people had a phone, but they couldn't afford the connectivity. Some people had a phone and could afford the connectivity, but didn't know how to use it, didn't know what an app was, hardly ever used it at all, had it in a handbag or a drawer to turn on for an emergency. And so that when we talk about digital exclusion, we are making sure that we're finding solutions for all of these people wherever they sit on that continuum.
Thank you. We heard yesterday about the work of local councils to keep libraries and community spaces open, and you mentioned that at paragraph 4.3. You say that people were affected by those sorts of closures because they were relying upon those spaces to get online. Thank you. I've been asked to clarify with you some specific groups. At paragraph 4.2, you mentioned that 10% of your network partners are located in communities where over 50% of the population is BAME, and they experience the effects of digital exclusion. I take it you mean by that both before and during the pandemic.
Absolutely. And in my statement, I've got a quote here from one of our community partners that I think this also shows that because they are helping people in a holistic way, including digital exclusion, the community partner says here that that actually because English wasn't their first language, they sometimes saw that COVID-19 protocols weren't fully understood. And so they were helping them to explain those protocols. And they also talked about mental health being an issue. So I think it's important to say that this is a complex set of issues, and digital exclusion is one of those sets of issues. But that's...
Indeed. We have heard as well from specific experts in relation to these issues across the board in different sorts of interlocking or overlapping inequalities.
Yeah. And so that, for me, that's why the National Digital Inclusion Network is so incredibly important, because they're meeting people where they are. So these network partners will also be speaking those community languages because they are from that community.
Yes.
And so that's so incredibly important as well.
In that same paragraph, you have mentioned refugees, and again, it's a question I've been asked to clarify with you. Would you agree that migrants and asylum seekers are amongst those likely to be digitally excluded?
Yes, and they do form a large proportion of who we see through the network.
Thank you. Moving to another point, at paragraph 2.6, you talk about unequal impact depending on where people lived. And you say in 2020, some research suggested that in England, whilst 49% of people in the southeast were able to use the internet fully, just 31% in the northwest were able to do so, and 18% in the northeast, according to that research. Would it follow then that you would say that during the pandemic, rural communities were particularly affected by digital exclusion?
Absolutely. Rural communities, specifically because the lack of transport, a lot of the transport wasn't available. So if you have a low income and you live in a rural area and there's no buses, then you definitely are incredibly excluded and you're not online. I think that those stats are very important and useful. I always say take it with some caution,
of course,
because everywhere there are pockets of deprivation. And so and there are very large numbers of people who live in the southeast, and some of whom would be living in deprivation and have low incomes. So I think it's helpful to target activity and to target solutions, but I think it would be wrong to therefore say that there's not pockets of deprivation everywhere, rural and urban.
You mentioned there was a need for flexible solutions in terms of the lack of transport and the difficulties in particular in rural areas. Are you aware of any such solutions that were deployed during the pandemic to address the issue?
Well, the one that I mentioned where the community partners literally got in their cars and drove to help people in obviously within the rules of the pandemic. So that's the only one that I know of.
Thank you. Moving on to disabled people, that group is listed at paragraph, included in a list at paragraph 2.8.3. And at paragraph 4.7, you also describe a project that was focused on those with learning disabilities. More generally, I'm asked to clarify this with you. Is it the case that disabled people were particularly impacted by digital exclusion during the pandemic in terms of barriers to accessing information, advice, services and healthcare?
I'm going to say yes, but I want to put a caveat because, again, it's the main driver is income. Large numbers of people who are disabled are not in work or not in well-paid work. So people who are disabled and in well-paid work were not affected as badly. And I think it's really important to understand the intersectionality between disability and poverty.
Yep, thank you. The inquiry has also heard evidence, and I believe you were sent some of this as well, about the impact of the pandemic on victim survivors of domestic abuse. Would you agree that they were impacted by digital exclusion, particularly older women and those without recourse to public funds?
I have read the evidence, and we also do work with small local charities who support victim survivors of domestic abuse. So they were definitely impacted. The other thing I wanted to pull out from their evidence that I read is also something that we absolutely saw across a range of smaller charities, that their staff as well often could not afford devices and connectivity, or they didn't have the skills to use things. We've talked about Zoom. And so this suggestion that everyone could just go online and provide their support online didn't just affect the people, the beneficiaries of those charities, it also affected the staff who were often volunteers or in low-paid work and actually couldn't afford or have the skills themselves.
Thank you. The inquiry's also heard accounts of major disruption to the justice system. Again, I believe you've received some extracts from a roundtable report on that. What was described was victims being unfamiliar with online processes, again, not having sufficient data or reliable internet connection in order to participate in hearings. Is that anything that you encountered in your work?
So not specific around access to the justice system, but generally, obviously, yes, that we came across a lot of people who were excluded from all kinds of things that they needed to do in their lives because of lack of reliable broadband or lack of connectivity because they couldn't afford it, or not having a device or a good enough device. And I would also say, and I think an assumption from people providing public services that people could just do that.
Yes.
So a lack of understanding that there are people who don't have devices, can't afford connectivity, don't have the skills, but also don't have the agency, don't have somebody in their social group who can help them. There was an absolute lack of understanding. That was one of the things that we felt coming back from the National Digital Inclusion Network frequently, that there was this frustration, not only that people didn't have what they needed from a digital inclusion point of view, but actually there was a real lack of understanding from the people providing the services. Of course, not all the time, but that was something that we heard back from the network.
Thank you. And finally, in relation to specific groups, at paragraph 4.8, you mentioned bereaved groups. I think you were asked about it. But you say you didn't do any specific work to support them, but you did hear that some of the free devices you provided had been used by people, for instance, with relatives in hospitals or care homes. So potentially that did help.
Absolutely. And we heard also back from hospitals who were aware that loved ones were able to contact people in hospital because they had a device through the schemes that we had run.
Now, I want to, just in closing, finally, touch on what you say at section 3 of your statement. Essentially, you were asked about key workers, and whilst you say that there was a massive increase in people accessing your courses for work, you don't have any specific data on key workers. They may have been key workers, but you don't know.
Yes, exactly. We know people in work came and used our services, which was and was new at that level, those numbers, but we don't know if they were key workers.
Thank you very much, Ms Milner. You have set out at the end of your statement a large number of lessons learned. Drawing it together, is it fair to say that you've described the pandemic having a significant impact on those who are digitally excluded, and all of that essentially underlines the importance of your mission, which is to tackle digital exclusion and promote digital inclusion?
I would, absolutely, and that the job isn't done yet. That one reason why I quite like working in digital inclusion, I believe we can fix the digital divide. We can make sure that people have affordable devices, and the refurbishing schemes prove that, and that they can have affordable broadband. And obviously with the support of the thousands of amazing community organisations in communities, they can have that support that they need to get the skills and the agency. Just one other thing I would say, one other aspect, is that the way in which decision makers, people building apps, people deciding how to provide support was instantly online, because often some of the data that those decision makers are provided absolutely does not show the complexity of the picture. So if it says, has somebody accessed the internet in the last 3 months, and they say yes, then it doesn't mean that they've got a device that can use that app, or they know how to download an app. And so I do think that that the decision makers weren't aware of digital exclusion. So the pandemic exposed and also exacerbated digital exclusion, but I'm not convinced So things have got better, but I'm not convinced that people making similar decisions now would not make the same decisions and would forget about the millions of people that we were helping and that became exposed to us during the pandemic.
You've described how the digitally excluded tend to belong to groups in society who are vulnerable. And so in helping, for instance, an older person or a young family living in poverty to get online, would you say it's possible to lessen the adverse impacts in different ways? And you've described from simple things like being able to book a COVID test to broader issues like reducing social isolation.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a fundamental building block for people to be part of society. I mean, obviously to use public services, but to get a job, to get a better job, to get a better paid job, for parents to be able to not just for their children to do their homework, but also for parents to understand their homework, to communicate with their schools. That it's a fundamental within our society that I think often lies. Most people are very unaware that there are so many people who are not functioning because of poverty and a lack of opportunity in a way that most of us expect the general population in the UK to be functioning.
Thank you. And finally, you, like many others, have emphasised that collaboration with cross-sector partners such as charities, councils, businesses is extremely important in promoting digital inclusion.
Absolutely. And just to say a positive thing from the pandemic, because of that emergency response, there were a lot more businesses, a lot more community organisations and charities willing to quickly break through the bureaucracy and collaborate and work together to make sure that we did provide that help as quickly as we could to the people who needed it.
Thank you very much, Ms Milner. My lady, those are all my questions, and there aren't any from core participants unless you had any further questions.
No, thank you very much, Ms Rowan. Ms Milner, you've described as being on a mission, a very worthwhile mission, if I may say so. I see from the Foundation's website you're planning to retire this year. I'm going to make a guess you're going to be as bad at retirement as I am, given the importance of your mission. So I wish you well in your retirement, and thank you for all you've done to try and help people, as you say, who have desperately needed it at all times, but particularly in the pandemic. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Very well, that completes, I think, the evidence for this week, Ms Roman.
Correct. And my lady, yes, we start again on Monday at 10:30.
Yeah, Monday the 2nd of March at 10:30, and I shall be attending in person next week for the last week of our hearings. Not just of this module, but of the inquiry. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.